Check, check. Audio out to the stream. Hey, okay. Should be a bit less noise there on the stream for you. Check, check. One, two. Another little test. What if I whisper into it? Check, check. Yes, I'm whispering. Check 1, 2.
Check 1, 2.
One more test for peace of mind. Yeah. Very cool.
Well, good afternoon. If everyone could please find their seats, we'll go ahead and get started here soon. Well, thank you all for coming today. My name is Rob Krieger. I serve as the Executive Director of the Wyoming Energy Authority, and welcome to the 6th Annual Next Frontier Energy Summit. I was talking to Representative J.D. Williams, and he was saying we need to have one every week for the next few weeks, considering the moisture we're getting. So we waited all winter to have it on our conference day. So appreciate you guys weathering the storm and showing up today. I think we have some great speakers this afternoon and tomorrow morning. Before I get started, I want to introduce my team. We're a pretty small team at the Energy Authority, but as I always say, we punch well above our weight. So I'd ask that they stand so during networking breaks and whatnot, you all know who to go talk to, and ask that you save your applause to the end. First, Kyle Wentland, Deputy Director. John Jenks, Director of Energy Market Development. Braden Konar, Director of Investments. Sean Schaub, our Nuclear Industry Coordinator. Patrick Millen, our State Energy Program Manager. Jamie Blasmo, our accounting manager, and Ellie Spiker, our new admin. Please help me in thanking them for all the work they do. Another thing that's a little different about us at the Energy Authority, I know a lot of you are familiar, but for those of you that don't know, we're a quasi-entity, so we're a little different than most your state agencies. One of the things that makes us different is that we're governed by a board of directors. So again, I'd like to introduce our voting board real quick and ask that you hold the applause to the end. We've got Preston Farnsworth, Marnie Jones, Wendy Hutchinson, Ken Miller, Kara Choquette, who is our secretary, Michelle Cook, who is our vice chair, and lastly, Wanda Burgett, who you'll hear from tomorrow, is our chair of the board. When I was thinking about what to say to open up this conference, and again, the title is The Next Frontier, so we're trying to think of what are the energy challenges today, but also keeping our sights on the future and how Wyoming can stay at the forefront. And Kyle on my team got this article from back in June of 1973 from the Field and Stream. It's titled Stripping of the West. And you read through that article and it paints a pretty grim picture if we were to ever open large surface coal mines here in the state of Wyoming, and that we can't be doing that. And I thought this was fitting for kind of the situation we're in right now in the state of Wyoming. We're looking at a lot of change and a lot of fear that comes with change. And I looking at this, I was thinking about, imagine if the folks that wrote this won the day. How would Wyoming look today, right? Our schools, everything that we do around here was built by coal and by oil and gas. And now we're seeing new things like nuclear. We're seeing things like data center development that we can use our energy for. And you're kind of hearing the same sort of fear. And I think that's unfortunate because we're a country and a state that's been built on innovators. And I think that's the beauty of this conference this afternoon, tomorrow morning. You're in a room full of innovators and folks that love Wyoming, whether that be from the private industry or from the public side of things. So I really ask you all to come to this with an open mind, ask a lot of good questions on things that you might not know. And again, just think back to that article about that we need to be forward-thinking and move forward as best we can. Our first speaker, unfortunately, could not join us in person because of the weather, but he will be joining us virtually. So I'll introduce Todd Brickhouse. He's the CEO and general manager of Basin Electric. Todd's been with Basin Electric since 2022, and he has over 1,800 employees who work to provide value to the cooperative's membership by providing affordable and reliable power. You guys probably know, those of you from Wyoming that have read the news, that we have a partnership with Basin Electric. We have for years. But one of the more recent partnerships is on doing a feed study with them to look at building a new unit at the Dry Fork Station. So I know Todd will mention that. He's a fellow member of the National Coal Council as well. And I want you all to help me welcoming Todd Brickhouse.
Todd, real quick, I am not getting sound from you.
Anything now?
Yes, sir.
You got it?
Yes, indeed. Yep.
Okay. Just to assure everyone, we did do a dry run earlier, so sorry that we had a couple glitches there. But Rob, I'm really grateful for the invitation, and I do apologize if the weather kept me from making the trip down in person. And I don't have control of my slides, so I will be giving instructions periodically of which slide to move to. And in that regard, for those of you new to Basin, you can look on slide 2, and this shows you that the map of our service territory, and we are the largest electric utility in the country by retail service territory. Basin's service territory covers about 500,000 square miles, which is 12% of the United States. So with such a large service territory, Basin's infrastructure plays a critical role in supporting a vibrant United States economy. The states where we serve, and you'll see this on the bottom right, but the states where Basin serves produce a dominant share of staple commodities. So we like to say that Basin's assets and our members' assets are the engines of commerce for a service territory that feeds and fuels our nation. We also think that we are the fastest sustains the quality of life for our fellow citizens and our customers, and it does this through higher standards of living. And we provide an essential service and we provide a public service, which I hope that everyone in the room agrees that's in the energy space. That's a very noble calling. We are also, as you'll see on slide 4, a good corporate, or in this instance, a good cooperative citizen. In Wyoming, we have invested $2.6 billion of capital, and we provide high-paying jobs to our colleagues. The taxes that we pay support other public services beyond Basin's public service mission, and we are generous benefactors to charitable organizations. So we're happy with our partnership in Wyoming, and we thank Wyoming for being such a good partner to Basin. And then talking a little bit more broadly about the industry sector or the electric utility sector on slide 5, let me first just step back, and you mentioned that there are 4 broad sectors in the utility industries. Electric cooperatives like Basin, investor-owned utilities, then you've got municipal utilities, and then finally, the 4th broad sector would be independent power producers. This is a map of the electric cooperative network in the United States. And the math isn't on here, but I've done it for you. And cooperatives cover about 60% of the geography in the United States. But what I would ask you to do is don't focus on the colors where cooperatives exist, but look at the white space on the map for just a second. And the white space on this map correlates pretty well with what you'll see on slide 6, being the right side of slide 6 represents pretty well that white space. And the far right side of this chart represents the states with the highest electric rates in the country, a place where no utility wants to be on the right side of this chart. And so then you think back and you say, okay, to the previous slide, where do cooperatives exist? And cooperatives exist in the lower cost states in the country. And I think that speaks to the fact that cooperatives are a force for good because, among other things, we're grassroots organizations. And by being a grassroots organization, we have good connection with local and state representatives as well as on the national playing field. But that grassroots nature of our organization bends the energy policy curve towards the rational and the practical. At Basin, we are very proud that the states where we serve all have rates lower than the national average. And that includes states like Minnesota and Colorado that you could say have slightly less rational energy policies than a state like Wyoming. If we go to slide 7, we can talk a little bit more specifically about Wyoming. And cooperatives serve a significant slice of the state's geography. This map is from the Wyoming Public Service Commission, and the light blue on the map, primarily on the left-hand side of the map, is Rocky Mountain Power. The Army green in the bottom right is Cheyenne Light Fuel and Power Service Territory. And the blue in the north central is Montana Dakota Utilities. The rest of the colors on the map are cooperatives. Basin serves Powder River Energy, which is the orange in the northeast. We serve Powder River directly, and we also serve the Wyoming Municipal Power Agency directly. Their CEOs, Brian Mills at Powder River and Rosemary Henry from WMPA, are in the audience today. So Basin then serves a number of other distribution cooperatives indirectly through Tri-State. Collectively, Basin and Tri-State have about 30% market share of the electrons consumed in the state of Wyoming. Slide 8 deals a little bit with Basin's strategy. And with respect to strategy, many utilities like Basin have a strategic focus on safety, reliability, and affordability. To drive future performance, we also have 5 other broad strategic objectives. As a provider of an essential service and a public service, which are pretty constant in their requirements, these strategic points on the compass and the strategic objectives will change periodically, but they're typically small changes in degree heading. If you go to slide 9, though, it's interesting to point out that Basin turns 65 years young today. And our overarching strategy for those 65 years has been to minimize transportation costs of the regional low-cost fuel sources that Providence has provided. Basin got its start in the mid-1950s when the Bureau of Reclamation, which is now WAPA, a branch of the federal government, told our member distribution cooperatives that they were running out of Rivermouth hydro for them and that they would need supplemental power supply in the early to mid 60s. So Basin was incorporated on May the 5th of 1961. And since then, we have developed Mine Mouth Coal, Well Mouth Gas, and Horizon Mouth Wind. We do not expect that overarching strategy to change materially going forward. The strategic objectives on the compass, again, those may change, but this strategy will, for all intents and purposes, remain our true north for the foreseeable future. In October, Governor Gordon announced the latest extension of that strategy, and Rob also mentioned it, and you can see this on slide 10. And we appreciate the support of Rob and the Wyoming Energy Authority as we evaluate a second unit at our Dry Fork Station. Basin got its start 65 years ago supporting national energy policy. And again, the federal government said it was running out of energy for its preference customers. And we continue to support the national interest with the Dry Fork study that you can see on slide 10. The youngest coal plant in the country came online about 13 years ago. Dry Fork is 2 years older than that plant. With national policy shifting to a focus on energy dominance, Basin is again committed to supporting the national interest, and we're endeavoring to see with this study with the Wyoming Energy Authority how much it will cost to construct a new coal plant, and evaluating the United States manufacturing base to ensure that we still have the manufacturing capability to create and build a new coal plant. So shifting gears just a little bit on the next few slides, so we can look at slide 11. We've all seen the headlines and we understand the importance of energy dominance. After stagnant electricity demand for most of this century, we are experiencing accelerating growth. And that includes a utility like Basin that's grown unit sales in excess of 5% a year. We are seeing more rapid growth as well. The scale of the technology industry's growth is staggering. About 70% of Basin's unit sales of electricity occur in North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wyoming. The starting point for the data centers that we are talking to now, in terms of the size of generating facilities they need, is about 1,000 megawatts. So it's interesting to compare that 1,000 megawatts to the consumption of large cities in the states where we primarily serve. So you'll see here, you've got Dickinson, North Dakota, Williston, Minot, and Bismarck. Bismarck, where Basin is headquartered, has peak demand of just under 250 megawatts. So a data center that approaches Basin is asking for 4 times the size of Bismarck's consumption just to start. The next slide, we have information, similar information on some larger cities and towns in South Dakota. So a combination of Madison, Vermilion, and Aberdeen, they add up to just over 100 megawatts. So a data center, you're looking at building something 10 times the size of these towns in order to satisfy that demand. A little bit closer to home, on the next slide, we look at some statistics for Wyoming. So Cody, Wyoming, which is served by WMPA, a Basin member, has 10,000 residents and has a peak electricity demand of about 25 megawatts. On a standalone utility basis, you've got Cheyenne Light Fuel and Power has a peak demand of about 220 megawatts, which excludes some of their large loads, which they handle separately. And then Powder River Energy Corporation, another Basin member, has, and it covers a huge swath of Wyoming's geography, and they have a peak demand of roughly 300 megawatts. So on the next page, we talk about the primary challenges with this demand, and that primary challenge is one of cost. Basin's existing generation fleet has an installed cost of approximately $800 per kW. New generation to serve data centers will have an installed cost approaching, if not slightly greater than, $2,700 a kilowatt installed. Similarly, with respect to transmission, Basin's existing transmission system has an installed cost of about $400,000 per mile of line. New transmission is going to cost about $2 million per mile of line. So, consistent with the national energy policy stated by the president, Basin has developed a large load program that insulates our existing customers from these higher costs and allows large loads to do one of three things: build their own resources, contract for resources, or have Basin construct greenfield infrastructure. So Basin and our members are open for business as it relates to large loads. On the next slide, we can talk about what we call the data center developer spectrum. And as we've engaged with large loads, really over the past 4 years, we've noticed that there is a broad spectrum of sophistication. It ranges from what we affectionately refer to as two guys in a truck. And this two guys in a truck picture here is actually generated by AI. But it might be those two guys in a truck driving across our service territory in the Great Plains or the Rocky Mountain West, identifying infrastructure to potentially place a data center on. And then the other end of that spectrum is the most sophisticated energy consumers in the country, and that would be brand name technology companies. With respect to the headline demand figures you see, our advice is to divide by 10. And what we mean by that, and we actually have got pretty good data around this. So just prior to Basin implementing its large load program, we had indicated demand from data center developers, again, on that spectrum that I just talked about, of roughly 17 gigawatts. The first step, and Basin has a peak demand of about 5,100 megawatts. So the indicated demand was 3 times larger than our existing utility. So the first part of our large load program was fill out an application. Just simply filling out an application cut that demand in half. And then the next step of the program was negotiating a memorandum of understanding of how we would proceed and a funding agreement to insulate our existing consumers from costs. Well, that step, the MOU and the funding agreement, cut demand down to about 2,000 megawatts. So close enough to our divide by 10 rule of thumb. Finally, on slide 16, is we've dug deeper into our conversations with data center customers. We've also started to think about the tenant profile of data centers. And a good analogy to explain this is a real estate analogy. Some data centers rent rooms like a motel where you can check out anytime that you would like. We saw some of this in our financial results in 2025 when some of these type customers actually had tenants check out, and we had lower unit sales as a result of that. Some data centers have tenants that rent space for longer periods of time, like apartment buildings. But if you're building a power plant and the associated infrastructure for billions of dollars, you probably want a data center that is more like a homeowner who has a similar infrastructure investment to you, as well as a strong financial profile. We think it is vitally important that the technology industry is a partner with us world. And hopefully by partnering with them, we can narrow the band, the policy pendulum swings when administrations change in the United States. We're optimistic about this. If you think back 5 or 6 years ago, the technology industry's employees and its shareholders would never have let them invest in nuclear to fuel their data centers. We see a lot of nuclear activity going on today, as well as we see activity with the technology industry and basins specifically in potentially building natural gas to support their demand. So with that, Rob, I will stop, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Todd. And I forgot to mention this earlier, but we do things a little different at this conference. So if you see on your table, there's a notepad. If you have any questions, feel free. Members from my team will come around and collect those, and then I'll ask them to Todd. But just to get us sort of started, Todd, explain to us a little bit, when we talk about these large loads that are coming in, and you talked about the sophistication of some of these projects, there's always this discussion about growth, but also understanding what that means for a utility and your rate of return and those sort of things. So how do you kind of explain to folks that are wanting to move in on your system or your consumers what that risk could be if these projects aren't legitimate, right? And you build out these big infrastructure projects and what that could mean down the road.
Right. So for the existing customers, and I think the regulators in the states where we serve, they have a similar interest. They don't want to see Basin invest $4 billion like we are currently doing with Bison Generation Station here in North Dakota. They don't want to see us, and that facility is for our native load growth. But that gives you a sense of how much we would spend on a new facility for a data center. And if we were to be in the middle of construction and the data center customer would not perform, we would have to pass that through in rates unless we had a really solid contract with a creditworthy entity.
Okay, and I think we got time for one more question. The question is that it looks like Dry Fork Station average capacity is about 60%. Why do you think there's a need for another plant, and can you run the existing plant more often?
We can run the existing plant more often. The West is in the eastern part of our service territory and the middle part of our service territory. We are part of MISO and SPP, which are regional transmission organizations, and the West is moving towards markets like that. And Dry Fork is dispatched to the market now. So there are a number of ways that we could, and that we're evaluating to look into raising the capacity factor of not just Dry Fork, but our other coal facilities. And really, we're not going to build a new facility on a wildcat basis. We are going to have it either contracted for with a large customer, or it's going to be based on our projected load growth in the western part of our service territory.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Todd, and I think that does it for time. And happy birthday to Basin, and I hope all is well up north, and appreciate you zooming in.
Thank you, Rob. Appreciate it.
So next up, we're going to do a little bit of a hybrid panel here because some of the folks had to also zoom in. So help me in welcoming to the stage Pete Obermueller, the president of the Petroleum Association of Wyoming, Stephen Furbacher, vice president of Williams, and then joining us virtually will be Jasmine Allison, who's the director of government and regulatory affairs for Pure West Energy, and Paul Ulrich, who's the vice president for government and regulatory affairs at Jonah Energy.
All right. Well, thank you, Rob. Appreciate it. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for making it today. I don't know, Stephen. Where are you from? Oklahoma. You're from Oklahoma, and our two Wyoming panelists didn't make it.
Yeah, we'll just note that the guy from Oklahoma made it.
Yeah, props. You get the Wyoming card today, so I appreciate it. Well, I'm happy to be here. We're going to talk about natural gas today. Rob, I was thinking, hearing the presentation before, super interesting topic. Maybe we'll touch on it for a minute. I was thinking maybe next year you could set up like a celebrity death match, and we can do point counterpoint on some of these things. That'd be really fun. But we're not going to do it today. We're going to focus on natural gas, and I want to just talk a little bit about. Do you have that clicker for me, Emily? Thank you so much. Appreciate you. I want to just set up this panel a little bit by talking about what our status is in natural gas in Wyoming, and from the framework, of course, from upstream producers and midstream pipelines. As you all know, I think most of you in this room know that the Petroleum Association of Wyoming is the trade association that represents these industries in Wyoming. The whole, start to finish, the whole gamut of oil and gas operations in Wyoming, from folks that are still exploring for new resources to the ones like are represented on this panel who produce the resource, and then also represented in this panel transport that resource to places it needs to go, and the refiners that produce it, turn it into products that we use every day. And then, of course, represented in this room are all the people in this whole ecosystem that make it work in Wyoming. So, 19,000 direct employees in oil and natural gas in Wyoming, and these are the members of PAW, including the researchers and faculty right here at the University of Wyoming and School of Engineering Resources and the College of Engineering and others who are upstream of even our upstream producers, trying to figure out the new best ways to move our industry forward. So we talk about oil a lot. Oil is the big deal, of course. It's the big deal right now. I think the price this morning was still up over $100 a barrel in oil, and great. If that is long-term, not great for the reason why, but I don't know that my members are really confident that that price is going to stick. I haven't seen rig counts increase in Wyoming for oil. Gas is a totally different story, and I think we're going to talk about that. Gas is experiencing the lowest prices that gas has experienced in a very, very long time. So on the slide that you see in front of you is, make sure that this thing is, yeah, there we go. So that's the Wyoming gas marketed production, of course, since early on, before 1970, all the way up through to today. You can see that spike during the time in the 2000s and the 2010s, right before the 2010s, when, of course, we were unlocking our gas resource, and there was phenomenal demand for the gas resource. The demand is still there. What really changed over time, of course, is the supply and the blockage to markets that Wyoming experiences in natural gas. How did that happen? We used to be able to, we still can, but we used to export natural gas both east and west, and of course south. We really don't do that anymore, and we'll get to why a little bit later, but the bottom line is the competition from places like Permian Basin and the Marcellus Shale on the East Coast. So you can see our production has declined. What I want you to compare it with is U.S. natural gas marketed production. While ours peaked and started to go down, you can see that U.S. natural gas marketed production goes up. That's what I was talking about. So we have an unbelievable amount of gas production in this country, and that has been a boon to the United States, quite frankly, to the world, and we are in some ways a victim of our own success. We have figured out the way to unlock natural gas, and because of that, we have this enormous supply. Interesting. I must have sent you the wrong slide deck. That's unfortunate. But what this shows you, the only difference of slide I had for this is it showed you the 5-year average of these. This is essentially the storage, the supply, the inventory that we have in natural gas. You see it peaks and valleys, depending on various market conditions and seasonality, et cetera, et cetera. What you would see if you layer on top of this the 5-year average of supply, we are, both last year and this year, we are well above, in terms of our storage inventory, well above the 5-year average. We were last year, we are again this year, and if you track these sorts of things, you'll see 5-year average and then a maximum and a minimum. We're approaching the maximum inventory storage for gas in the United States, and that is why, things we can't do a lot about, like the weather, of course, a very mild, almost non-existent winter, except for today, and that is why we have this supply. So that's driving this price that is really tricky for Wyoming's producers to manage. So we'll leave it at that on a little setup, and I'll turn to my panelists with that. Alex, you can go ahead and take care of those slides. Thank you for putting them up. I appreciate you. And what I want to do now is I'll just turn to, we'll start here in the room. Since you braved the weather and got here, we'll start with you, Stephen, and we'll give you the chance just to tell us a little bit about Williams, about you and your role, but kind of in the context of what I just laid out here in terms of what the realities that we're facing in terms of production in Wyoming and how you were thinking about it and how Williams is thinking about it.
Yeah, thanks, Pete, and appreciate the panel. Rob, thanks for the invite. Wyoming Energy Authority. This summit couldn't be at a better time. The conversations that we're having about energy, it really is all of the above. On this panel, we'll be talking a lot about natural gas and its role. Williams is a 108-year-old company, or 118-year-old company, and we're an energy infrastructure provider. Over those 118 years across the United States, we've delivered bold and creative solutions to many different types of energy projects and energy demands, all focused on delivering reliable, affordable solutions for the end user. Just so happens over the last 15 years, we've really honed in our corporate strategy to focus on natural gas. And you saw some of those, the United States gas supply slide that you showed. Over the last 15 years, the story has been about the supply side, unlocking the United States resources. So the shale revolution kind of started here in Wyoming and migrated throughout basins that you probably have heard of: Marcellus, Permian, Eagle Ford, Haynesville. And so over the last 15 years, it's about that piece. How do we drill, unlock? And I've got some friends on the panel that can talk a lot more about the upstream side of the business. But when we look at the infrastructure that is really needed today and kind of bringing it back to Wyoming, the next 15 years and why today is so important is the demand that's coming. I was listening to a U.S. commerce industry event last Friday, and in the last 60 years, something like 12 200 megawatt grid connections. In the last 10 years, we've had 10, and there's like hundreds in the queue. And we're talking about at our table, we were talking about gigawatts. Like 3 wasn't big enough. And so natural gas, and in all of the above strategy, natural gas and its ability to ramp is going to be super critical to meeting those needs. And you look at today, earlier in the week, it was 65 degrees, nice and sunny in Wyoming, and now it's 20 degrees and snowing. The reason why the lights are on and the hotels and the homes are warm today in Laramie is natural gas.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe when you talk about that demand coming, before I get to the next panelist, let's just pull on that thread just a little bit. Is it all that conversation that we just had previously with Basin Electric? Is it all coming from these giant loads domestically, or is it international demand? Where is the demand that you're seeing coming? Where is it?
Yeah, it's certainly both. It's domestic. It's really driven by AI and infrastructure. But when you look at a global scale, countries, areas like Southeast Asia and other parts of the world, as they're growing the economy and building out their own manufacturing, the need for resource and energy is super important. And I don't know if we have any slides on it, but the LNG export capability United States. I think we export something like 25% natural gas. It's the same story as Wyoming. We're a net energy exporter, so is the United States on that front for natural gas.
Yeah, got it. Okay, thanks. Well, let's turn our attention to Jasmine. Jasmine, thanks for joining us. Same question to you on, you saw the slides, you know this market conditions. Tell us a little about yourself and Pure West and how you guys are looking at the market and the landscape for natural gas.
Sure. Well, I'm sorry we're not there with you. Thanks for holding down the stage and making it from Oklahoma, Steve. I think Paul and I were planning on driving this morning, and then I-80 was, nope, you're not going. Well, Pure West, we're one of the largest natural gas producers in Wyoming, as we're getting ready to celebrate our 5th year as Pure West. But our asset has been around for quite some time. So we're focused in the Pinedale Anticline, which produces approximately 486 million square cubic feet of natural gas per day. For those that don't work in natural gas, about 1 million square cubic feet a day can serve on average 6,000 US homes for a year. So we're talking about Pure West serving millions of folks across the Rocky Mountain West. We have a really strong well campaign. We currently have a drilling rig and are actively drilling and completing wells into this year, even at this price. And, maybe why Wyoming? Southwest Wyoming offers this unique, high quality resource. It has access to premium Western markets. We have integrated infrastructure, and we have a regulatory environment that allows us for long-term planning. And that really sets us up with this great foundation to maybe capture value and work through the demand as it evolves. So right now, with what you just showed us, Pete, I would say we look strong. We're very lean, and we're customer focused. So we work in this space of what is the customer asking us to do? And I know in a little bit we'll talk about some of our differentiated gas, but just like what Steve was sharing, we're trying to fulfill that demand and what's coming next, but also not chasing trends too much and making sure that we're adaptable to those market shifts. So we're built to perform in any cycle, if you will.
Built to perform in any cycle. I like that a lot. And I wonder, we'll shift to you, Paul, to give you the opportunity to talk a little bit about Jonah and how you see that as well. I'm so struck. I had that slide up there. My first slide up there just shows the decline in gas production in Wyoming. And both Steve and Jasmine have said that, their companies are trying to prepare for demand. And are looking at growth and demand. So, Paul, how does it look from Jonah's perspective? You guys have gone through a lot of expansion recently, and you're doing a lot of things. But how are you guys viewing the market for natural gas domestically, globally, et cetera?
And I sure wish I could be there in person. And Stephen, thank you for showing me up. Appreciate that quite a bit. For those of you that don't know, Paul Ulrich with Jonah Energy, we operate in Wyoming, the Jonah Field. Over the last 2 years, we've also significantly expanded our footprint in a number of other states. So now we're a major player in New Mexico, Kansas, Oklahoma, and now Texas. But our home is here in Wyoming. Our premier asset, the Jonah Field, is here, and we're still heavily vested in making sure that we can continue to produce, develop, and do it responsibly here in Wyoming. Pete, to your earlier question, markets, I want to give everybody a couple numbers to chew upon as we start this discussion. First number is 81 cents. That was spot price realized last week. Today we're at $1.37, but that's not economic. It simply isn't. And from a long-term perspective, if we continue to have a remarkably soft market, it's going to continue to impact all Wyoming natural gas producers. There's a couple other numbers that I also think are vitally important for this discussion. In the first one, at a low end, is 25 trillion cubic feet. That is the low end of technically recoverable natural gas in the state of Wyoming. The high end of technically recoverable is 77 trillion cubic feet. So on one hand, we certainly have a very significant market challenge right now. Almost all of our gas pushes west, and we're certainly oversupplied and coming off the warmest winter in recorded history in the western U.S. On the other side, we've got a tremendous opportunity on demand that's right around the corner with data centers, AI, and certainly some existing LNG projects. And we've always lean on the fact that we have the resource in place. And drillers want to go where the rock is, and we're no different.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Appreciate that a lot. Appreciate those numbers. Just to repeat, you said 81 cents about a week and a half ago, 10 days ago or so, and now about $1.30, $1.35. Just, in case you don't follow natural gas markets, that's not good. It's not awesome. 81 cents, of course, is about as bad as it's been in any sort of recent memory at all. So it's certainly a challenging. And I also really appreciate you brought up the technically recoverable resource in Wyoming. I think that's phenomenal. And it leads me to the next question, which is, let's just assume, for the sake of argument, we'll talk maybe about it later, about this demand coming and where it's coming from and how do we get to it. Let's just assume that is going to happen. Then we're looking at the gas resource coming out of the Permian and Spades. We're looking at the gas resource coming out of Marcellus and, going east and out the Gulf Coast, et cetera. You talked about LNG exports, et cetera. We know we have the resource in Wyoming. We know we can get it. But how do we unlock Wyoming's supply? I'm talking here to 3 of the top 5 gas producing companies in Wyoming, maybe 3 of the top 4 if you're talking about marketable gas. And how do we unlock the supply that we can get, and what do we need to do in order to get this product and move it out of town? Jasmine, I'm going to put you on the spot right away to answer that question. How do we unlock Wyoming?
Well, I think it gets back to a lot of the work that we've been doing with the federal government. Wyoming has some of the largest federal lands, federal minerals in the country. So I'm going to point to some permitting reform and what we're working through there. And we have Senator Barrasso, Loomis, Congresswoman Hagman. They have been working on those at that congressional level and just kind of moving that needle forward. So allowing those long-term planning for long cycle projects to take place is a big part of how we get gas out of the state of Wyoming and where it needs to get to. Like, we're on the southwest side of Wyoming, and really to tap into pipelines to serve beyond the United States, there needs to be some infrastructure put into place there to help with that. As demand grows for those markets, some of our neighbors to the other side of the state can help fill that, and maybe we backfill more of the United States in what we have today. But I'm going to point to permitting reform.
Yeah, let's stick with the BLM for just a second here, Jasmine, since you brought it up. And I think most people in this room know, half of Wyoming's surface owned by the federal government, almost a little over 2/3 of Wyoming's subsurface owned by the federal government. We basically can't get out of bed in the morning without asking for the federal government's permission. And it's a challenge. We have a complicated relationship with federal lands in Wyoming, I think it's safe to say. But one of the narratives that I've heard, and I want to ask you to comment on, Jasmine, is when President Trump took office, I think there's this perception that the Department of Interior and the BLM have become sort of a rubber stamp. Like we tell them what we want and they just say yes. What has been your experience in working with the BLM over, you can extend the timeline and, it kind of whiplashes back and forth. What's been your experience in working with the BLM just on a day-to-day basis? Forget about congressional permitting reform.
Sure. Well, our assets sit on over 90% of federal lands. So we do work with them on the regular daily basis. And I would say it's definitely not a rubber stamp with Trump in office. They still have to adhere to regulations that have been put into place, many years ago, before even the Biden administration. A lot of the rollbacks that you see taking place with this current administration are really rollbacks of the last administration and what they were trying to push out. And I think rightfully so. There were some elements coming through in rules and RMPs for some ideas that were far beyond federal overreach. So things like compensatory mitigation or ACECs, their view on FLIPMA, some of the view on how Congress works. So we have provided robust comments over the years and with the Petroleum Association of Wyoming, along with just our operatorship in general and our other alliances to help educate and share that forward. And I think what we're seeing now is just back to, the federal government listening to our industry, listening to the states, because some of those RMPs were bad for our state. And I think there are some good things that are coming. I think one example might be the commingling. That's been a great example of capitalizing on three key points. You have, with the ability to commingle, you're going to have less facilities, which means you're going to have less of a risk for emissions and less footprint. And then you're going to be able to save that capital and put that back into development. So I think that's a win-win all the way across. So I think we're seeing some good things. But as far as our regular permitting regime, that hasn't changed. We still have to abide by all acts, laws, regulations, and many of those have been in place for some time. I think what we see with swings in each administration are how quickly things move or don't. If there are, when a president first comes on, there may be a stall and they're looking for direction. So we saw that at the beginning of the Biden administration, I think for a whole year, they weren't going to allow permits to proceed. And then that slowly came down. This administration, adding more clarity, I think is really what's happening. And it's not less oversight. It's maybe we're getting back to a place that we should be.
Thanks, Jasmine. Paul, we'll go back to you, and then I'll come back in the room here to Steve to talk about it. How do you, when you think about your approach to working with the federal government, just how do you think about it? What is your overall approach? I know that we hear a lot from people who, well, we hear from all sides. People who want us to hold hands and be friends, and people who want us to fight like mad. And just how do you think about it? From your perspective, similar to Pure West and Jasmine, I mean, whatever, 95% of your product is federal.
I think that's a great question. From our perspective, it's consistency on how we operate, how we work with administration, regardless of who is in charge. And honestly, from our perspective, staying the course on our core values and beliefs as an operator, from responsibly produced gas to how we treat reclamation and restoration, how we can work across administrations to make sure there's a very clear understanding of who we are, what we're about, what we do, and what we don't do. So it really is about consistency. And, Jasmine's spot on. throughout the years, permitting reform has been at the very top of the list. We're not quite there yet. We need to get there. We definitely need durable regulatory and tax environments in which to operate in. And I think that's important. And I would add, the last significant challenge we have with, operating on federal lands is the constant onslaught of litigation. We need to get a handle on that as a state. The federal agencies do, and we've got to put in some protection measures so we don't have never-ending, endless litigation that can stall projects for years and years and years. Pete, as you know, right now we've got roughly 2 million acres in the state of Wyoming, valid existing leased acreage that we cannot develop as an industry because of lawsuits. And it's been that way for several years. So something's got to give. If we're going to continue, to provide natural gas off of federal lands, that's a big one.
I'm constantly in the Congress do your job camp that we're not energy policy shouldn't be decided in the courts. It needs to be decided in the Article 1 branch of Congress, and it's not happening. And so, is what it is right now. The entire fight is in the courts, and to that end, I see there's some legislators here. This year they did fund additional resources in both money and manpower at the state AG's office to fight some of this litigation on Wyoming's behalf, which was a great move. So that's where all the action is. So I appreciate that. So Steve, we'll come back to you. Feel free to comment on any of the BLM stuff that you want to comment on. That's totally fine. But I want to, what I want to hear a little bit more about is, I think you guys are in a really unique position here in Wyoming because you have both. You've got your major upstream producer, one of the top 5 natural gas producers. Obviously, you produce oil too. Also, a major midstream pipeline. And I want to give you a chance just to talk a little bit about your experience of that in Wyoming. Particularly about if there's challenges or benefits. I always like hearing the challenges because I want to tackle those, but also benefits about being in Wyoming. But then also, you mentioned at the start this challenge of infrastructure. What level set us on where we are with infrastructure? Are we okay? Are we in trouble? What were you alluding to when you talked earlier about the infrastructure challenge on the midstream side? I think is where you were going.
Yeah. When you asked, how do we unlock Wyoming? I was going to say permit reform for 1,000 after those, after Paul and Jasmine. But when we think about infrastructure, and in our view of Wyoming, great resource. We've already talked about that. There's a ton of gas in ground. We have pathways to get the energy to the end users in Wyoming and out of the state. We're in a period right now of how do we modernize those corridors. So, little expansions. We've been doing that on our transmission systems, the Mountain West Pipeline and Northwest Pipeline systems in Southwest Wyoming. But for scale, it's got to be. We need more certainty on our federal permitting process to support long diameter pipelines in the country and certainly in Wyoming. And specifically, it's the Clean Water Act and how we navigate that process, the NEPA process, and for the infrastructure to get FID'd, it's got to have predictability. We're not saying lower the standards, but let's have a level playing field.
So it's what I'm hearing you saying is sort of two things. We need to modernize what we have, and we need to create a path to do something new. Does that sound right? Can you say a little bit more about modernizing what we have? What would that entail? What are we talking about here? Is it just rip and replace kind of thing, or is there a whole new avenue that you want to go down, or what would modernizing look like?
Yeah, for a gas transmission pipeline system, it's upgrading compressor stations to lower emitting compressor units, even thinking about tying into the grid and having electric drives. So we've got a lot of projects across Wyoming and in our United States fleet that we are converting gas-driven horsepower to electric drives. And there's something that Paul said there, it's about being a really good operator. And the way we think about it is from an environmental standpoint, doing the right thing, keeping the gas in the pipes, and not emitting. Those are going to be super critical for upstream and midstream companies to be successful not only in Wyoming but longer range, and will help us get to supporting permitting reform. And quite frankly, it's been one of the top reasons why the United States has reduced its CO2 emissions.
Yeah, fair. So you, I'm interested. I may put you on the spot here on this, so I apologize. But you operate in the Wamsutter field. For those of you not from Wyoming, the Wamsutter field it's west of here. It's west in between Rawlins and Rock Springs, essentially God's country. I think when people think about Wyoming basins, Wamsutter is probably not the first one they think of. I don't even think people who live in Wyoming think of the Wamsutter field and everything that goes on there first, And I don't mean that in a bad way. I just don't think it's top of people's mind. And so I want to ask you just a couple questions about the field, if that's all right. First of all, when you're talking about all the, being on the grid, electrification and all that stuff, how this is a remote field out here in South Central Wyoming. How do you power your field out there? What do you do? Do you have it from the? I'll switch answer the question. Keep asking.
Yeah. Well, one, we think of Wamsutter as like totally a place you could film Star Wars. So it's like literally, it's that sort of landscape, Mars looking. But we love Wamsutter. So for perspective, we've been operating on the midstream side of Wamsutter since the early 90s. So count up 36 years. And in November of 2024, we acquired the operatorship of our joint venture, and now we are producing, drilling and producing on 1 million net acres. We've got 3,700 active wells, hundreds of potential drilling locations, and so what we're testing out is the vertical integration. How do we, when we look at drilling decisions, operating wells, getting the product through gathering pipelines to processing plants, our Echo Springs plant is connected to the gas infrastructure that gets it in and out of the state, but also the natural gas liquids infrastructure. Fun fact, a propane molecule from Wamsutter can be put on a boat on the Gulf Coast to go to Southeast Asia. So we have that connectivity today on the NGL side. Our opportunity is, and Paul's going to start grinning, how do we do that on the gas side for Wyoming molecules? But we love the last year and a half, we've been really focused on integrating our people. We've been growing positions. We have an active drill rig out there. So products that we're actually producing, not many people know this, but we produced 3 million barrels of oil out of Wamsutter last year on top of the gas and the natural gas liquids that we generate from the field.
Yeah, I think you told me sort of 3 main resources that you're producing out there. You just talk about those. Is that what you're talking about? Oil,
liquids, natural
gas,
liquids.
Natural gas liquids. Okay, got it. And you mentioned permitting reform, which is all federal stuff, and we do the best we can on federal, given our delegation that punches above its weight and all that. Is there anything about working in Wyoming specifically that you find a benefit or a challenge that's not necessarily that we can maybe fix here, or that's good about being here as opposed to our friends 2,000 miles away, our absentee landlords?
Yeah, outside of this winter, I would say the number one challenge is the wintertime. Operating a gas field and natural gas infrastructure is tough, but what we love is the people. We've got 364 employees in Wyoming. As you mentioned, 19,000 jobs in the oil and gas industry. Tough, resilient, smart people that are dedicated. On top of that, it's the collaboration between industry, government, local and state, and academia. Like, I don't know another state that is bringing that partnership as strong together, and the ideas that we can develop through that process. We've been actually working with University of Wyoming here in Laramie on several projects, hydrogen hub, evaluating some CO2, carbon capture and storage projects. So just how do we move the needle on what the industry is capable of so that we're really being resilient for the long term?
Yeah, I appreciate that. Move the needle on what industry is capable of. I always am amazed at how much industry really pushes the envelope of technology in all sorts of ways, and not just in drilling and completion techniques, but in the kinds of things you're talking about of moving these products. And Paul, let me come back to you on this, on moving the needle on technology. Talk about differentiated gas. Can you describe for everybody? We hear that it's kind of a bit of a buzzword coming out of Sublette County and the Jonah Field. What is differentiated gas, and what specifically is Jonah doing to try to differentiate its product from the gazillion other molecules being produced by other states?
Yeah, Pete, I appreciate that. And differentiated natural gas probably has a few different definitions. Responsibly produced, differentiated. Essentially, from our perspective, it's the care and attention and deep emission cuts that we have invested in to provide the cleanest produced molecule that we possibly can. And then continual investment, in technology that helps us achieve that. Now, the question is why? Certainly, in the past administration and years past, regulatory requirements. Some of those have been relaxed. We fully expect at some point those to come back. And so staying from a strategic perspective, not only Jonah Energy, but Wyoming staying 2 or 3 steps ahead of those regulatory requirements give us potentially a competitive advantage in the marketplace. Certainly midstream companies value a cleaner product. Our customers, most importantly, whether it's domestic or international, do as well. I mean, you look at the fact that the EU methane regulations are now currently in place. Japan is right on their heels with the Clean Initiative. So if we're going to export, and if Wyoming is going to play a stronger additional leading role in exporting LNG down the line, we need to have the cleanest product standpoint. So there's a myriad of technologies, Pete, that go into it. We deploy a top-down, bottom-up approach from literally hands-on location with optical gas imaging cameras, a fleet of drones we utilize. We use a laser-based array system to monitor our emissions on location 24/7 that allows us to detect fugitive leaks and repair them very, very quickly. Essentially an environmental attribute, a trace and claim credit that allows us to demonstrate to an end user that from the time it leaves the Jonah Field to them, we can give them an accurate, credible, transparent accounting of that emissions profile. That has value in the marketplace, clearly borne by the EUMR and customer needs. So more to follow.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Paul, and I'm going to ask Jasmine to opine on this too in a second, but I wonder what has been the result? We've been talking about differentiated gas for quite a while, and has Jonah and has Pure West, have you realized a return on differentiated gas that you're satisfied with, or is there more to do there?
It's an emerging market. There's no question about it, and there's a lot of solutions on how you get to essentially an accredited program. But we have certainly inked some deals over the past few years, and we're continuing to see momentum, on this type of need in the marketplace. Customers are asking for it. I think the bigger issue down the line is certainly meeting standards or exceeding those standards and being some of the first players in. I'm going to go back to the European Union methane regulation. Today, based on our compliance program, which we demonstrated 2 weeks ago in Brussels, we meet that standard today. So now the question is, what partnerships do we need to put in place, not only as Jonah, but as Wyoming, to build upon that track record so we, as a state, are the natural gas, source, first source in, I should say. So.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Jasmine, I want to give you the opportunity to talk about differentiated gas as well. I know you guys are also doing work there, and then I'm going to come back to you on a couple other things regarding the environmental impact of work in the Upper Green River Basin. So do you have comments on differentiated gas? I want to give you that opportunity.
Oh, well, I think I would just echo what Paul is conveying. We're in the same boat. I think we started work on differentiated gas for what the market was calling for with certification by third party in 2022. And so we went and we certified our production, all of our gas wells, if you will, through that process. And it really was a rigorous process where they looked at all the details for how you planned a well pad, how you drilled it, completed it, all the components that go into getting this produced molecule of gas. And then it just kept growing, right? So the interest in that rigor and proof of environmental attributes with regards to emissions or water, I really like the holistic view on it, not just the emissions. Emissions gets a lot of focus, but really how you did that. But just from 2022 to now has grown so much. So today we talk about it in what we call MMRV, so measurement, monitoring, reporting, and verification. And that's getting into what Paul was talking about with these markets from the EU or from our Asian markets. What do they want? They have these environmental commitments as well. And I think that's what the customers are just asking for in general. So we're going to see that continue. And maybe there's a little pushback with regulation sort of rollback, or they just want to see how it's going to play out, or who are going to be the certifiers, verifiers, right? And so that there's no dilution in the information, that it's really very concise and measurable. And we didn't get there overnight. So our asset and Jonah as well, we're in an area where we have been working on emissions controls and our environmental partnerships for decades. So these innovations happen without regulation. There's a lot of voluntary actions that take place. And really, I think they're some of the best innovations that happen if they're not start regulation. You've developed them with your own capital over time. And I think we're leaders in that space. And so meeting the world's thoughts on what is environmentally clean, the US is absolutely some of the best in the world. And then Wyoming, I would say, is even better for it. It's just the amount of care that we go into with environmental stewardship. So I hope that gets at it.
It's perfect. And I'm going to come back to you on this. I love what you're saying about sort of individual private initiative driving these tends to create better solutions, I think. Just a FYI for everybody in the room, if you have questions for these guys, make sure you write them down. I think get them to the staff or to Rob. We'll have some questions from you guys here in a second. But Jasmine, I want to come back to you right away on that because y'all, you don't know this, but Jasmine just this year received a national award from the American Society of Reclamation Scientists. It's an oil and gas worker received a national award for land reclamation. And in terms of driving innovation forward and moving the needle. I don't think people often think of a natural gas company as the one that's doing that, but Jasmine did it, and I want to just first of all, congratulations on that award. That's a really big deal. In fact, Jasmine won it this year. A couple years ago, one of Paul's colleagues, Josh Sorensen from Jonah, won it. To 2 Wyoming oil and gas employees winning a national reclamation award is pretty incredible. Jasmine, can you just talk a little bit about what you were doing at Pier West to, that got you that nomination and ultimately that award?
Oh, well, yeah, thanks, Pete. I think the best thing I've done is listen to other people. Our asset's been around for a really long time, and reclamation is pretty serious where we are, and we're in the heart of a lot of wildlife. Right, so we have sage grouse on our landscape, mule deer, the stubble antelope herd. So we have just adopted all of the best practices over time that we can think of, and have had a couple decades of really solid reclamation and that interim reclamation. So these gas fields, when we go to produce a well pad, the disturbance footprint that we need initially isn't the one that we need long term. And so it's really important that we put those pad acreages into a smaller area that we utilize over time and have that reclaim for wildlife in the area. So I just think a lot of BMPs over time, Pete, and growing seed mixes that are for our wildlife across the West. I mean, some of where we are has longer than 100-year range activity. So there are a lot of grasses out there, and making sure that we're getting back some of that wildlife vegetation that they need has been a big part of what we've done.
Well, congratulations. It's really a pretty big deal. So thanks for all your hard work on that. Last question for me before we go to audience questions. I want to come back to this question of demand and specifically on a couple things. Paul, let me ask you first, and then Steve, I'll ask you to chime in too, is how much does foreign demand, our ability to export Wyoming's resource matter? Do we is that sort of pie in the sky? It'd be nice to have, or is that something that's critical? Should Wyoming be focused more from a policy and a marketing perspective on getting our product to the Pacific Rim, et cetera?
Yeah, Pete, absolutely we should be. Without some significant increases in LNG export capacity in the Gulf, and coupled with LNG export on the West Coast with 3 planned terminals in Mexico and 1 up in Canada, it's going to be a rough couple of years. We need to be braced for that and plan for that, and most importantly, plan beyond that. So we see an increase in Gulf capacity. That's going to relieve some pressure off Permian gas that's competing with the West Coast, and that differential certainly going to help in the Mid-Con. We start to see some LNG export capacity increase in Mexico and Canada. In Canada, same dynamic. However, we will always be beholden to other fields, and other players if we don't embrace the big idea. And in Wyoming, the big idea is a dedicated pipe to U.S. onshore liquefaction facilities on the West Coast. It's bold. There's no question about it. It's ambitious. I also think it is achievable. And so we're going to need all of the above. There's no question about it. But I love the idea of Wyoming embracing the bold and working as effectively, not just as a state entity, but as the legislature, as operators, working with our federal partners and certainly midstream companies to see if we can achieve that. It would be a game changer for Wyoming for generations. As I talked about earlier, we've got the resource. We are limited in market, in external market factors. But we can reduce some of that elimination if we put that power back in our own hands.
A dedicated pipeline to the West Coast, Stephen. I happen to know a guy who works for a midstream company sitting up here with me. How possible is this? What's your take on that? How important is foreign markets to your operation?
Yeah, I'll second Paul's standpoint. International growth for natural gas is very important. And as producers and midstream players in Wyoming or across the United States, we should be thinking about that. I'll go back to my statement around pipeline modernization. We have the corridor to the coast today. So it is more about how are we working with the states on the West Coast to support a project. And then through that, how do we expand, looping our pipelines? So in the same right of way, you can add another line and reduce the earth disturbance, adding compression to increase the capacity. So these are all tools that we have. But a piece of the demand, and I want to take this back to and I don't want to steal Paul and Jasmine's thunder, but what drives a drilling decision? It's price. So when the price is 83 cents, people are just trying to keep gas flowing. They're not probably looking to add a rig. When the price is $4, we start talking about that. In the Rockies, we're very beholden to weather. So we had one of the warmest winters, not a lot of gas turned on to heat homes, and that's what is the fundamental driver today. So the more we can increase demand, both in Wyoming, in the Rockies, and internationally, that'll stabilize the price and allow our producers to make more drilling investments, allow midstream operators to grow their infrastructure, and it will unlock Wyoming that way. On the other side of price, in very cold winters, gas price goes really high. That's great. People want to drill. In New York, the previous gentleman had a slide that the highest electricity cost was in the Northeast. The highest gas price in the world during the winter storm earlier this year was in Northeast United States. One of the most prolific resources for gas is in a state away. That's the issue we're talking about.
Yeah. I've got more questions about that, but I'm going to yield to Mr. Krieger, who has a stack in his hand.
I do have a stack, and thank you guys. We got about 5 minutes, so maybe if we can rapid fire these ones. And to your point about export, last year, Stephen, Paul, the governor, and myself, we were able to go over to Japan and meet with their officials because they're looking to invest in some infrastructure in the United States. So it's exciting hearing about the opportunities we have. We're actually heading back out there this weekend to try to nail down some more commitments from our friends in Asia. The first question, and Pete, maybe you or Paul might be the best to answer this, would be, should the state legislature of Wyoming demand equal footing as it relates to the state of Wyoming versus federal sovereignty over our lands?
Paul, do you want to take that? I'm happy to.
Pete, I suspect we have the same answer. In rapid fire, Rob, yes, absolutely. I think when we talk about NEPA and large and small scale NEPA projects and decisions, counties, the state, and the feds should have equal footing in all decisions that impact us on the ground.
Yeah, very briefly on that, Rob, I think, the conversation about federal lands and ownership and all of that, I think is that train's left the station, and we can wrap around the axle about that and not actually get anything done. Where we can get something done is back in the Bush II administration, the federal government started taking 2% of Wyoming's royalties as an administrative fee to manage the permitting program and the royalty program, the BLM. That's insane. We could take that 2% and run a much better program here. Not about ownership or any of that, but we could do all that work. We do it at the DEQ, we do it at OGCC, we have all primacy in other areas. We could do it on permitting, and we could take that back, that 2%, and we'd have extra.
That's a great point. I know actually the Western Governors Association, they do periodic policy statements. It's bipartisan of all the governors in the West, and they actually agreed, both Republican and Democrat governors, on that 2%, that the states should have that and not the federal government. So maybe we can get some movement on that, but I know you've worked with Congress and they don't like to give up any money, so we'll see. One of the questions is, Paul, you said almost all of our gas gets pushed west. The question is that just for Jonah or is the whole state?
No, real quickly, that's for gas produced out of western Wyoming. Moving gas east is fairly constrained for those of us that are producing in the greater Green River Basin.
Gotcha. And I think this will probably be the last one. Question is, why do you think Wyoming has so few natural gas power plants? It's for anybody. Don't jump at it.
I mean,
You just say maybe it's coming, right? We have all this data center influence. And so at some point, if you put data centers near natural gas producers, they may not need to produce their own energy. There are a lot of things that you could maximize there. But back to the question, like, why are there not more? I think we have all the resources. So like Wyoming is rich in energy resources. And I think we just came from a point of having coal. And so coal is where it started. And as we adapt, maybe those plants just haven't changed over or new ones haven't come in. Steve, what were you going to add?
Yeah, I was going to say originally it's probably because of coal. But most of our, everyone talks about data centers, AI is driving demand. Most of our current demand on our Mountain West system, our Northwest Pipeline, is actually coal to natural gas conversions. So you're starting to see that switch. I think, previous administration was probably pushing some of that, but we're seeing it happen right now.
Yeah, there is that conversion for sure. And because my friend Mr. Deti from the Mining Association will kill me if I don't mention it, he's a big proponent of getting the gas price up too, because the higher the gas price, the better it is for Wyoming coal. So good for us, good for them. It's all good.
All of the above.
That's right.
Well, perfect. Well, thank you. That's right at time. So please help me in thanking the panel for their participation. We have a 30-minute networking opportunity, so go grab a drink or a coffee or whatever and come back in 30 minutes to hear from Mike Nassy, who is no stranger to Wyoming weather. So.
Yes, buddy. Bummed not to make the trip again, but. I was like, did you have fun or was it just like, oh, it was great? We had fun. I don't know, for like, me, I didn't know any problem. 17 days. First time ever. That was a week later. No, yeah. I'm like, wait, like what day? And it was like 5. It was like enough that I just remember I didn't do it. Actually, the second trip was fun. Congrats on the
Just switched it on. Okay. You want to test? You want to test there?
Good?
Yeah. It's all good.
Let me see if I can.
It's going to pick me up over here. Okay. It might be a little uneven.
Let's try one. Unmuting? Good.
Check.
Try speaking up a bit.
Okay, during the break.
Hearing ya.
It's break time.
I think that's good.
Yeah.
What is
And this young lady, I made her review. I gave her a list of this stuff. She's like, oh. She probably knows too. Well, she don't because I gave her my card that I own the newspaper. She's like, oh, yeah, I'm not talking anymore. Right. We got to shut up and really go to Colorado. Honest to God, if we don't start doing that stuff,
All right, if everybody wants to work their way back into the room, we'll get started here again. So our next speaker is Mike Nassy. I know a lot of you know Mike. He's been at this conference numerous times and is fortunate enough to be back here. We always want him to come talk utilities, talk power, talk all things. He's in Texas, but like I said, he knows Wyoming weather well. For 31 years, Mike Nassy has appeared before state, federal regulatory agencies, and appellate courts, working on natural resource infrastructure, project development issues with heavy emphasis on electric power generation, natural resource exploration and development, and manufacturing. Mike is also another fellow member of the National Coal Council, and we're lucky to have him today, so please help me in welcoming Mike Nassy.
Awesome. All right, I'll stay away from that mic so we don't have feedback. We don't need mic-on-mic violence there. All right, thanks for hanging with me. I'm going to try to keep everybody's blood sugar high, wave my hands around a lot. This is actually a really exciting time. I think I've spoken at this event before, and I've probably seemed excited and really half fullish. It's actually happening in a big way, and so it's exciting. I definitely agree with the sentiment early about we're going to need everything. And so what I'm going to do is, we don't have a lot of time today, but what I'd like to do with Rob and the board is at least give you some stuff that will be posted online and available to you. I'm not going to make you I'm already going to make you digest too much information. Everybody that knows me knows that. But I am going to leave a section of my presentation and just let you kind of look at it in the future. And that's going to be the non-EPA federal reforms. In some ways, the panel you have tomorrow is going to cover a goodly portion of that, so that's good. And then I'm going to steal some of Cyrus's thunder for tomorrow by talking about EPA. But I'm going to leave the sexy new stuff to him, and I'm going to talk about carbon dioxide, which he may not want to have to be too preoccupied with. But you've got to start this discussion about the grid, obviously, with the state of reliability and resilience. So I'm going to kick that off, and then I'm going to address this power demand surge. Todd Brickhouse, who I do work with a lot and honored to serve on the council with him as well, flagged kind of within basin system what they're looking at. I'm going to give you a macro view regionally and nationally on that side. So first, we have to start. Before we even got into this amazing, unprecedented, that's a strong word, but trust me, it's true, unprecedented age of load growth or increased demand in electricity, we already had a reliability problem in our grid. I know probably if you're sitting here, you know that, because a big component of why we have a reliability problem in our grid is we retired too many existing power plants, many of them Wyoming coal-fired power plants, sadly, that are located in other states, not just Wyoming coal. Actually, the ones that were the most competitive probably were using Wyoming coal, and they stayed open. So that's good. But we lost a lot of coal generation. We also lost a lot of gas generation. Nobody talks about that. This anti-fossil fuel religion is ecumenical. They want it in the ground, and I think everybody in the oil and gas industry can attest to that. The only thing I'm going to say about this chart, which is a NERC, that's the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, this entity, so you know, is kind of the watchdog for reliability, was created by the Energy Policy Act a few decades ago. And this chart for the entire duration of my 32 years of practice in the electricity space has been vanilla. It rarely gets even a little gray. And now it's lit up, and red means bad. Yellow means bad. These are areas that are expected based on peak conditions and different scenarios to have some form of reliability interruption, whether it's a few hours or maybe even a few days. These entities, the engineers that run these operations, generally get paid to evaluate how to fix that and prevent it, so they don't like to acknowledge that they actually have a problem. They can usually import, export across different regions to avoid that, but it's unavoidable. We lost too much dispatchable capacity, and we brought too much weather-dependent operation in at the same time. And again, you're not going to hear me bash any source of energy. Wind and solar have their place. Batteries will play a critical role in the summer. But when it comes to winter reliability and resilience, we certainly have major exposure on the national grid. And that's before anything else I'm about to talk to you about. I'm a little bit of a history nerd, so I love that Grid Strategies, which is a consultancy that actually works a lot with the renewable energy space, but does a great service to us all now. Over the last couple of years, they've been aggregating all the FERC Form R filings, which means the people who are responsible for projecting what the future demand for electricity is, they have to file with FERC. That's everything from co-ops to investor-owned utilities to different RTO subregions. And they've been collecting that information. I'm going to be walking you through a couple of their slides here to show you what the projections of new demand are. But this year they did something different and new and even better, in my opinion. They actually stood back and just said, hey, what is this time period that we're living in compared to the past, okay? And let me tell you what this chart shows. It's not talking about what the aggregate demand for electricity was year over year. We, of course, have used more electricity every year as we add humans and we add technologies and we continue to make things. What we have not had is a growth in our growth rate, meaning that from one year to another, having an actual increase in a percentage basis that was more than the increase last year. You can imagine our highest growth rates in the history of our nation happened when we first started putting appliances in the houses. So we had year-over-year growth rates in the 8 to 9% range over the 1950s. In the 60s, it dropped off only a little bit as everybody else decided to get appliances, but we started to see the benefits of energy efficiency and utilization of electricity in an ever more efficient way. And so in terms of our year-over-year growth rate, we reduced that every decade, all the way up until the one we're in. And some of this data is projection, but a goodly portion of this data is already realized. In 21, 22, 23, 24, we've seen growth rates in our nation higher than we've seen since since the 1990s. We are now, based on projections for the next 2 to 3 years to 4 to 5, seeing growth rates in the 5.7% range. And if you look at the 10-year looks, that puts us in the ballpark of the 1950s. So this is not a bubble. Sure, there will be overvalued digital infrastructure companies that outpace their stock and do dumb things, and people will lose money in the stock market. But the fundamentals of electricity demand in our country and across the world are fundamentally shifted, and you're seeing that across the board. I mean, people can have disagreements about what order of magnitude of growth, but you can't disagree about the macro trend. This is Grid Strategies' assimilation of all the official documents within FERC, projecting what the 5-year growth period between 2025 and 2030 is. This is a busy graphic. It's important that I tell you what it shows. The bottom line, it says 2022. That was the 2022 engineering projection of what 25 through 30 was going to look like. And when they released that number, that we were going to increase our grid by 24 gigawatts, everyone was like, no way. That number was larger than any number in history, okay? Because our grid's bigger, so even a percentage basis, small increase is a lot. The next year, they increased it to 38. People thought, oh my gosh, we're losing track of sanity. There's no way that could be true. And then things started landing and getting built. And then in 24, they projected a 64 gigawatt growth. And I was like, oh my gosh, we almost doubled the projection. Well, now the operational projection of the nation's grid, and this is actually an adjusted number. It's not just based on interconnection requests, and I'll show you that data in a second, is 166 gigawatts, which is roughly 15 New York cities by 2030. That's not going to happen. And you can quote me on that. It's not because the demand's not there. It's because we won't be able to build enough capacity, and we won't be able to remove enough people's heads from certain parts of their body to maximize the capacity that we have on the grid or the resources we have. So we will see some management of that number, but it will be unprecedented and mind-blowing, okay? And so, yes, artificial intelligence, hyperscaling has something to do with this. And so I put in the obligatory chart. You could put in 20 different versions of this data about how a normal Google search compares to a ChatGPT search, which compares to a ChatGPT search when you ask it to make a picture or, God forbid, render a video. It is an exponential increase in that space. But please understand, skipped one. This is not just about data centers. Remember when I showed you that chart that said 68 gigawatts, and I told you how everybody was freaking out about a 68 gigawatt growth over 5 years? Look at the non-hyperscaling, non-digital infrastructure growth here of this 5-year projection. There's 60 gigawatts of stuff that doesn't have to do with AI. Okay, so we are reshoring jobs. We are expanding our capacity for petrochemical production, for oil and gas. You heard earlier, electrification of oil and gas is a major trend line. Okay, that is all good directionally, but it is also important to remember that this isn't just about the hype machine of how many people are searching for data centers. Okay, last thing I want to talk about, because the obligatory Texan, yes, I got here. I'm not sure how Wyomings can't figure out a way around weather, because they have day jobs and they actually have to. I was able to just come in earlier yesterday, but at least I did that. This is a really busy chart, but I have to use it, and I'm using it all the time now, because a lot of people talk about the Texas ERCOT situation as one that's like, oh, wow, there's all this growth. But what people need to understand is to look not just at the last couple of years and the next 9, 10 years. Look at the last 20 years. By the way, the reason I think I first met the wonderful people on the WEA board is because Texas has for a very long time been the top consumer of Wyoming coal. It is Wyoming's #1 customer. Texas has done a lot of stupid things, and it has reduced its total percentage of coal-fired generation. It paid for it during Winter Storm Uri, I'm sure you all have heard me talk about that. If you haven't, check me later. That hurt us during Uri. It's hurt us since. We regret every coal plant that we retired, but we still have a few. And because Texas is like a whole nother country, this is the one Texas hyperbolic statement that actually lands. It's like a whole nother country. Its grid is twice the size of the next 2 states combined. It consumes more electricity making things, petrochemicals, oil, gas, beer, paper, cars. Fully half of the Texas grid makes stuff. It consumes more electricity for industrial purposes than the next 4 manufacturing states combined. Okay? Massive power grid. And one that's not in great shape, by the way. And here's the situation. Over the last 20 years, we've had roughly 30 gigawatts of growth in Texas. The projections now are that we're going to have, based on a discounted and adjusted projection off of the kinds of interconnection requests that Todd was talking about earlier. I represent a lot of people like Todd in Texas, G&T cooperatives, generation and transmission cooperatives. Those are the front lines, as well as other service providers. It's back. Those projections, if you just took all the interconnection requests, would be a growth of 283 gigawatts. Just roll that around in your head. The national upper end growth projection is 166. There are 283 gigawatts of interconnection requests that have been filed just in ERCOT. Okay? That's not a real number. So our planners have to discount that number. And so we have aggressively discounted it, but even the discounted number, which puts us at a total of almost doubling the current grid size, is a growth of 70 gigs. So what you can see from this is that is very good news for every natural resource producer, whether it's oil, gas, coal. All of that demand is strong. The demand may not actually be met, but the markets that we have lost in the past have stabilized and certainly gotten a lot stronger. So that's kind of the takeaway there. So what is the federal government doing in the face of kind of this mind-blowing projection of new electric demand? And it's a lot. You might have read about it, right? So we could spend an hour, and I easily could, and have enough slides here to spend an hour talking about the non-EPA stuff, but as promised, I'm gonna skip through this. It involves a lot of things. In fact, a lot of executive orders, a lot of federal actions, a lot of repurposing of federal dollars. Many of you are probably living that dream and nightmare all at once. Navigating the shifting of funding and projects, especially new technology, is very tricky. That's all happening. It's all here for you later. You can see it all. I will pause here just to rejoice in this slide. I think the first time, Wendy, that I spoke to the WEA, we were one of the jobs I've had in conjunction with the state of Wyoming and the WEA is to just go out there and try to remind the consumers of our fuel that they should not just throw away their plants, that this is valuable. Many of those plants have decades of useful life. We should not just dispense with them. We had a lot of premature retirements. We have a lot of premature retirements still slated. And I used to show this chart, and Randy Imager, if anybody knows that, and I have collaborated on this chart for years. And it used to be like 3 plants. It was a 72-point font, and we were so proud of it. Now, I can't shove enough stuff on one slide because the number of power plant retirements, coal-fired power plant retirements that have been pushed back is mind-blowing. And it has taken a lot of work. It's taken a lot of new demand support. It's taken a lot of realization. But in many ways, a lot of people in this room are responsible for that awareness. Sure, healthy demand growth, definitely the ultimate driver, but there's a lot of ways to meet that demand, and them just knowing they have an energy partner that can provide gas and coal to their power plants is a very strong signal, and we have had great success in getting a bunch of retirements pushed back. So I look forward to this being somewhere in the 2-point font by the time we finish our work. And this is a geographic spread of them if you want to look at it later. By the way, just if you were wondering, it's the Trump administration forcing coal plants to stay open. There have been Section 202 of the Federal Power Act orders issued. That's part of the presentation I skipped. That's the red dots. So market's driving a lot more than the president is. Okay? Funding, all that. Now let's talk about EPA. And I am sure that Cyrus Western will address, as part of the panel tomorrow, the many things going on. The first thing I always do as a nerdy environmental regulatory lawyer is remind everyone that this is a fleet. The United States of America is the gold standard for environmental compliance and environmental achievement. And we now have a very diverse grid that we should be proud of, but nobody should be mistaken that the massive reductions in every regulated air pollutant in this country happened before we had double-digit penetration for renewable energy. We improved the environment from the power fleet with technology, not hating on coal and gas. Yes, many of these reductions are because we actually replaced old units with new gas. That actually helped. But a big chunk of these reductions were because we used technology made in America, built here on power plants. And those are the power plants that are still open. So they achieve emission levels that we should be proud of. So I never talk about the fleet without at least reminding everybody of the great work that's been done there. The University of Wyoming has been a huge part of that R&D effort, as has WEA. So everybody has to have one ridiculous AI-generated graphic, it looks like, in presentations. So I just decided to bury the needle on stupidity and say, hey, chat, make me a presentation of how the Trump administration is shooting down environmental regs. Sorry, I have to be silly every once in a while, keep myself interested. And this is just mind-blowing that it made this, okay? And yes, it probably took half the capacity of Laramie River to power this. And that makes me smile in some weird way. But I just wanted to make sure you guys were awake, okay? This is the nerdy Mike version of that. This is hyperlinked for you later if you want to go to the reg.gov origin story of all these regs. But these are just the power plant related regulatory reforms that have already been accomplished, that are currently docketed, and they're about to happen. Great news. We're going to talk about a single rule for the rest of the presentation. Well, maybe 2 or 3 things on this item list. But if you have any questions about any of that, don't hesitate to follow up with Rob and myself, and we can get you more information on all of that. That chart is there for your resource. But let's talk about greenhouse gases. So this is the long and tortured history that we're not going to talk about. It started back in 2005. And for the last 20, now 1 years, we've been meandering through this lovely path of how are we going to regulate greenhouse gases under the U.S. Clean Air Act. The sections of the Clean Air Act that have been invoked by past administrations to exercise authority over greenhouse gases from power plants, and oh, by the way, from oil and gas production and midstream, are 2 sections. One doesn't apply to either of those things. It only applies to tailgates. To tailpipe emissions. The transportation sections in Section 202 of the Clean Air Act is where the endangerment finding that everybody hears about was promulgated. It has a standard that says that if the administrator of the EPA finds that emissions from tailpipes are causing or contributing to pollution that may be reasonably anticipated to endanger public health or welfare, it shall regulate. And so that's what the administration did way back when. Under Section 111B1A, this section of the Clean Air Act applies to stationary sources, power plants, steel mills, oil and gas sites. This section was largely ignored for about 16 years. It wasn't touched because the Obama administration decided it was just going to use the Section 202 finding and kind of peanut butter spread it across all the sectors. That changed, and the Biden administration actually did issue a power plant specific finding. But what's really important, I didn't give you the punchline, is there's a huge difference between these two sections. This is the part that's CLE eligible. Get ready if you're a lawyer, okay? Section 111B Clean Air Act says that the administrator can only regulate if they find that there is a significant contribution from that pot of emissions on human health, pollution that leads to human health and the environment. Remember that phrase, because you're going to get at least 10 front page New York Times articles about this by the end of the year, because the administration is going full steam on both fronts. Here's what they're doing. This is where they have been, and this is where they are going. Some of that is speculation. Yes, it's informed speculation, but there's no top secret. I think everybody in this space knows where they're heading. They have issued now a final repeal of the tailpipe endangerment finding. That is now being litigated in the DC Circuit. You're going to hear a lot about that. That rule does not in any way, shape, or form legally apply to power plants. So Wyoming should care because it affects the use of oil and in some ways gas, but it's not what's at stake for power plants, right? The power plant stuff is happening over in a separate docket. And that docket is working its way through the system in the EPA still. It hasn't been finalized. When it is finalized, it'll be finalized under that standard, significant contribution to endangerment, okay? So we're going to see some very interesting cases come. The Supreme Court is for sure going to have time to reach the tailpipe emission endangerment finding repeal, but it's not probably going to have time during the current administration to reach the power plant rule. We'll see, but you're going to hear a lot about it in the press. So I'm going to just say, you'll hear a lot of people say, if the court upholds the endangerment finding 202 tailpipe rule repeal, then EPA is out of the business of regulating Clean Air Act, regulating GHGs under the Clean Air Act. That is absolutely not true. It's not true legally. It's not true even from a standpoint of what the administration is saying they're doing. It is possible that the Supreme Court could take this case up and revisit the case called Massachusetts v. EPA that they decided a decade back that said that EPA, in fact, does have the authority under the Clean Air Act to regulate. But it's not a necessary finding. I actually would predict for you that the Supreme Court won't take that up. The Supreme Court is probably going to uphold, if they do, the 202 finding on the fact that it's just a repeal of a rule that was broken. And where the real fun is going to be in the context of the power plant rule once we get there. And here is kind of the final point I'll make about this, and then I'll wrap it all up. And maybe take questions if we have time, which would be like a miracle for a Mike Nessy presentation. So there's a lot of debate about how we should measure significant contribution. And I'm not trying to be nerdy here. The materiality of our emissions globally warrants attention. Because if we don't treat it seriously, then people will think, oh, we're just a bunch of knuckle draggers. But we can't also say that we have no role to play. So it's just a very interesting balance that we have. We don't have to engage, I'm not faulting anybody who does, engage in a battle of climate scientists. This presentation, what I'm about to show you, has nothing to do with whether or not man-made emissions, anthropogenic emissions, are forcing climate change, greenhouse gas effect. What I'm talking to you about is materiality. It's how much, if you assume there's a connection and you assume that forcing, how much is it actually moving the needle? And that is what the administration has basically articulated in its final endangerment finding repeal on the tailpipe rule, and what it's about to finalize on the power plant rule is there is a futility aspect. That's the word they're using. But the statute wires it in the power plant section, right? It says significant contribution. So what is significant? So GHGs, I'm going to go straight to the data. If you've seen me present before, there hasn't probably been a single presentation I've ever done in the last 15 years where I don't have this chart. And I have debated ENGOs on a national stage. And nobody ever has any issues with this chart because it is just a straight down the middle, taking IEA and EIA data. It's just telling you, here is what the emissions are projected to be. And if you put them in the models that climate scientists use to project what the materiality is on global concentrations, what does it tell you? And so this number, this little wedge, has been getting smaller every year. And it's not because the US emissions have been plummeting, although in recent years they went down. Newsflash, they're about to go up a little bit. You can't build a bunch of new stuff without them going up a bit. But I will predict to you that that materiality will probably hold because the world is energy poor. You guys have heard that before. Wyoming's kind of get that. I mean, it's part of what WEA talks about. So there's something very real behind that big blue graphic, and I am not qualified, and I slept at a Hilton Garden Inn, not a Holiday Inn Express last night, so I'm not going to say whether the globe can absorb the concentrations of all those things. But what we know is the US is not moving the needle on future projected concentrations in the environment. And that materiality debate seems like climate denial, whatever that means. But it's not. It's math. And it's not even algebra. It's arithmetic. Okay? My engineer wife told me that. So why is that happening? Okay? I've got one really terrible graphic. My team hates that I use this graphic because I made it. But it basically just shows per capita emissions. And so we're never going to be able to put a tax on Chinese imports because their per capita emissions are so much lower than ours. Their volumetric emissions are much higher than ours, and they will continue to be. But as the developing world electrifies, gets its first energy, their per capita emissions are going to grow. But right now, fully half of the world's electricity usage is less than one of our fridges. So some good portion of that is going to fight for all the things that electricity provides in terms of longevity of life, and they will electrify, and that is why all these forward projections of carbon emissions involve a significant role of everyone else, but a rather small role for the United States. Now, the United States has a role to play, and I've done this presentation when people were questioning whether the governor should support carbon capture, and I tell them, hey, I don't know what happens when we have that much. If we bring all of the people in the world up to our per capita usage of electricity, which, by the way, is about to get higher, not lower, okay, what does happen? So we ought to have a strategy. Carbon capture should be something 100% we should be doing. We should be pursuing nuclear energy. We should be pursuing every form of energy that we can that keeps the lights on, does not hurt humans. We can use technology to address almost everything, and we already have in so many ways. So I'm not railing against any concept that we should mitigate. It's just we need to stop fooling ourselves by unilaterally disarming and making unreliable our grid and stopping using the good fuels. Because trust me, it's only 2 days after they eliminate all coal, they're on the path for gas. They already are. The NGOs have very huge resources to eliminate the use of natural gas. And that just seems just unworldly to think about, given the demand scenarios that we have. So this is an energy education initiative. I'm proud to be associated with it. Go look at it if you want to see some cool animated videos about energy. I'm so proud of that. It's weird that I'm more proud of this than Supreme Court briefs, but trust me, this is more fun. But this is real. I mean, people in our country don't understand what I just said to you. They think it's crazy talk. It is very factual. So please keep up the good work of what everybody's doing in every sector in the energy space. And if you're frustrated about the low energy IQ in America, do something about it. Distribute as much good information from WEA and other sources, including this, and just talk to them about it. Because I have found that the energy IQ of America is creeping upward, and that's a good thing. So I can certainly take a question or two if anybody wants to give me one.
Any questions?
All right.
You are right at times. So that was perfect.
I mean, hey, just for you, Rob. It
Well, I
never happens
appreciate
for
it.
anybody else. But
Well,
thanks.
thank you, Mike, and can everybody help me in a round of applause for Mike? Alrighty, our next panel will go over some of the other non-energy minerals that we have in Wyoming. I know coal and some of those things often get a lot of the headlines, but Wyoming is blessed with an abundance of different resources. So please help me in welcoming to the stage Travis Detai, the president of the Wyoming Mining Association, Ken Mashiznik, the CEO of Rare Element Resources, Jamie Tippett, the vice president of operations at WyoBen, and then I believe joining us virtually will be Joanna DeWald, the Vice President of Environmental and Regulatory Affairs at WeSoda.
Thank you, Rob, for the kind introduction, and thank you for having us here today. I'm going to try to, as I was preparing my notes here and I was looking at the little graphics that you were sending out on the Facebook throughout the last couple of weeks, my son looked at my photograph there and said, "You need a new picture, Dad." And I said, "Well, why?" And he says, "You have too much hair in that picture. So you need to get a new one taken anyways." So, when we talk about this, the whole environment for energy, whether you're talking about the front side of it, bringing things out of the ground, to the very end of production in a power plant, to the distribution of energy, it's easy to think about our core resources, whether that be coal to burn in a power plant, whether it to be uranium to be converted into nuclear fuel, to a power plant, again, to get to an end user, or oil and gas. But there's a lot more that goes into it, and I think in Wyoming, when we look at the whole of producing energy, there's a lot that goes into it, and that's what we're going to talk about a little bit today with our panel today. We've labeled the panel as non-energy minerals. But you can't really produce the energy that we need to produce in Wyoming to fuel this country without some of those non-energy minerals. So I'm going to open the panel up with a broad question. And Jamie, we'll start with you, and then we'll go to Ken, and then to Joanne. Would you briefly describe for the audience your industry and the role your products play in the broad scope of energy production?
Yeah, well, first off, I'm employed by a bentonite producer. Most of us here in this room, I'm sure, have heard of bentonite. A lot of historical roots in drilling fluid applications, so on and so forth. But our industry is actually very quite diverse, and that percentage of bentonite produced here in the state of Wyoming that is used in oil and gas production over the years really is somewhat diminished, I'll say. We've diversified, and bentonite now finds its use in many more applications here stateside and, of course, internationally. And those applications can range from the taconite, iron ore pelletizing process, through metal casting and environmental products as well, which are used in oil and gas, amongst a host of other markets. And pet litter, right, on the consumer side, with clumping cat litter has really exploded, both domestically and internationally as well. So I'm employed by Wyoben. Wyoben is a privately held company, a family-owned company, celebrating 75 years this year. So a great achievement for the Brown family and in keeping this company going and growing, by the way. We currently employ about 230 individuals here in the state of Wyoming, and about 300 in total. So accolades to them.
Thanks, Jamie. Ken, an exciting new industry coming to Wyoming. Talk a little bit about rare element resources and the rare earths play here in Wyoming, and tell us where your project's at and how it plays into the grand scheme of energy in the United States and globally.
Thanks, Travis. And for the picture, I recommend AI. Look what it did for me. Yeah, we are pretty new to the ongoing market. Rare earths, I think everybody is critical minerals. Everybody hears about them now. We have a deposit in the Bear Lodge, just northeast of Sundance. We're building a demonstration plant in Upton, town of 900 people. We've added significant amount of employment to a small little town there. Rare earths are, directly used in energy if you go with the wind energy side of things and the permanent magnets. Our deposit is mostly a neodymium praseodymium deposit, which is a magnet deposit. It's what the permanent heavy super strong neon boron neodymium praseodymium boron magnets, permanent magnets are made from. But so it's directly from wind energy, but anything that is used anywhere, be it a pump, be it a computer that has a speaker in it, that has a permanent magnet motor. I know there's a lot of research being done on permanent magnet motor generator sets for natural gas compression and moving it to clean up the environment so you don't have diesel emissions and all that sort of thing. So it's a very, very valuable resource. That they don't directly produce the energy, but they make the computers, all of the ancillary back room, I would say, process goes smoothly. And so that's kind of where we are. We're just starting up a demonstration plant right now to prove our brand new novel separation technology that we hope will make us, a market player in the coming years.
Thanks, Ken. And Joanna, joining us from the western side of the state. The trona industry is our state's second largest mining sector and used in a myriad of products. But talk a little bit about your industry, Joanna, and in particular, hitting on where you guys fit in the whole energy picture as well as other sectors.
Sure. Thanks, Travis. It might surprise you, but similar to other folks on the panel, many folks in America have not heard of soda ash or trona, even though it's in nearly everything we touch every day. Glass, solar panels, EV batteries, water treatments, detergents, pharmaceuticals. It's one of the most widely used industrial minerals in the world, and most of it starts right here in the Green River Basin in Wyoming. Soda now operates the largest natural trona mine in the world with our acquisition of the Genesis Alkali business last year, along with our existing operations worldwide. Soda ash is not just a local resource for us in Wyoming. It's part of the national industrial and energy supply chain. It has been for at least 70 years, and it will be for many centuries to come. But Wyoming minerals don't operate in separate silos. Along with batteries and solar panels, trona is used in processing uranium in situ recovery, which is also expanding as nuclear demand grows. And in addition to that, all of these industries share infrastructure. We share workforce in Southwest Wyoming in particular, and we share logistical constraints. So we can't meet demand without reliable energy infrastructure. So for all of Wyoming minerals, when one of these platforms is constrained, energy costs, permitting delays, rail capacity, or port access, it doesn't stay in one sector. it moves across all of them. And I think we are all likely experiencing one or all of these at some level in today's market.
And I'll just kind of piggyback on kind of what you just hit on, Joanna. Energy availability in Wyoming. And the soda ash industry and the Trona mines in southwest Wyoming, we're looking for expansion and moving into some in situ recovery operations. And you hit on a pretty key point, energy availability. Not only are we as a state an energy provider, but we're also a great energy user. So how is energy availability, would you go into that a little bit more, and how it is impacting some of your plans for expansion and infrastructure updates?
Yes, absolutely. It's a direct impact is the short answer. Energy accounts for more than 50% of our cost to produce soda ash in Wyoming, which obviously is a major cost component. However, we have over 127 billion tons of resource in the ground that we have the technology to recover. We have currently roughly 32 megawatts of cogeneration that is automatically produced as part of our processing, of our production process, but it's not enough. We sought to expand to a greenfield project over the last few years, and there was not enough generation or transmission available to meet the demand to build that project. So we shifted and acquired existing facilities and turned that into a brownfield expansion. We're looking at a cogeneration facility that's natural gas powered and steam powered, because energy redundancy is not a want to have, it's a need to have. When we're evaluating these expansion projects to meet global demand over time, it's a critical constraint that simply cannot be met by the utility provider alone. You heard the natural gas producers talk about this earlier as well. If you can't permit it, you can't build it. If you can't power it, you can't build it. So we have to look at every opportunity for redundancy. And what we have seen is that our utility providers in that area in southwest Wyoming simply are not investing in new generation in Wyoming at a pace that supports industrial growth. So we can't build our expansion plans around a utility that isn't keeping up. And if we're going to grow production, meet global demand, protect our workforce, and compete globally, we need to own our energy infrastructure or partner with others who are committed to owning that energy infrastructure in the same way we own our mining and processing operations.
All right, thank you. Ken, I'm going to go back to you. In the whole context of energy dominance and mineral security, American mineral security, your project is at the front lines. So I guess, can you give us a snapshot of, and you talked about it a little bit already, but where we're going, and I think the backdrop is who controls the rare earths market right now? Whatever, you look at a figure, either 95 to 97% is controlled by the Chinese, a global adversary. So where is your project and maybe the emerging rare earths and critical minerals industry in the United States? Where are we at and where are we going with that?
Thanks, Travis. Well, Rare Earth Resources has a very prolific deposit just outside of Sundance, and we're in the process of permitting it right now. It will be on the Fast 41 dashboard here in a couple weeks, I believe. So it is a high priority. We have a lot of support within the federal government and the state as well to get that mine permitted. In parallel with that, we are operating our demonstration plant in Upton, Wyoming to prove a technology that we believe will be much more environmentally sound, much more cost effective than what is currently in the market, both internationally and even here in the United States. You are right. The Chinese control the critical minerals, rare earth market. Like you said, 70, 80, 90%, depend on who you read and what portion of the sector. And having a resource in the ground that is domestically produced is a national security issue for this government, both from a military perspective and an energy perspective.
Thanks. Jamie, in some of the previous conversations, we've talked about regulation and permitting, and NEPA has come up more than once. And in our conversations prior to the panel, you mentioned that while you felt that the NEPA process in general has seen some improvement, where more improvement could be met for a producer, whether it be bentonite or anyone else dealing with NEPA, would be in the pre-NEPA process, where you're getting reviewed for your technical completeness and that sort of thing. And at the state level, there are timelines and you have some certainty. And at the federal level, that doesn't exist. So could you discuss briefly or in depth the importance of how timeliness and predictability are to your operations?
Yeah, we heard about this in the last panel as well, right? So there's some synergies here, and regardless of what mineral is being extracted from the ground, when it comes to permitting, what we're looking for, and I think the words that Jasmine and Paul threw out there, is consistency and clarity, and we're all looking for that, really. There tends to be a lot of I'll say nebulous definitions out there with terms associated with NEPA, the different areas of specialties, I should say, in the NEPA process, whether it's wildlife, vegetation, so on and so forth. And we experience additional challenges. Some of you may experience some challenges with the National Historic Preservation Act and how that rolls into that process at the onset as well. But really, it's where we find our issues, and I suppose that you probably experienced this some in your industry as well. And that's that during that pre-NEPA review, right, the data gathering portion of this, and there's a lot of effort that takes place in gathering these reports for that submittal package, then only to then fall upon the desk at a field office. And while they are obligated to at least initially look at it, there really are no timelines associated with when their reviews or reports should be completed, when they should move on to the next step within that process before they can make that determination for completeness. And that's one of the areas that we're focused on right now, is how we can streamline this and and expedite that portion of the process. The NEPA process itself, once it's deemed technically complete, seems to have a lot more definitions around that timeline, but it's the front end is where we find those challenges. Interestingly, and I'll just put a plug in here, we're members of other trade associations as well, and there's a process that has been developed and demonstrated at the Battle Mountain, Nevada field office for a processing of these applications. And I don't know if many of you have heard of this or looked into this process, but their claim is that they have the capacity to process as many applicants as the entire number of field offices in the BLM, is their claim. What I understand is this process is under review at DC. That's the only information I have right now. It kind of goes into a black hole, as we know. But we're hopeful that there may be something that comes out of this that other field offices can implement within their process to help streamline the review in its entirety. So if it's of interest to you, please dig into that a little bit and see what you can learn and how that might apply to your processes as well.
And we talk about streamlining, and that's kind of a buzzword that everyone wants to do. We want permitting reform, we want streamlining reform, or streamlining the process. Ken, I'm going to go back to you because the Bear Lodge project was accepted into the federal Fast 41 covered projects program just last month. And this program is designed to improve coordination and speed up permitting at the federal level. Can you talk a little bit about how that's playing out for you guys?
Sure, Travis. First thing I'd like to say, I would very much like to see the BLM, NEPA, and the U.S. Forest Service NEPA be combined into one program, preferably the BLM one at this point. I would say the NEPA process at the federal level, at the Washington, D.C. level, has the right idea, but when it, in my opinion, and I have to be careful because you don't want to criticize your waitress too much, or you know what your plate of food's going to be, but when it comes down to the field office, the first complaint is we don't have the manpower we need. And I'm speaking on the federal side here. This is U.S. Forest. Unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to look at it, I'm on U.S. Forest, not BLM land. So I have to go through the Forest Service NEPA process, which they immediately tell you we're not BLM. So we don't have to deal with it, consider the new regulations that just came out for BLM. I saw on the previous presentation there's supposedly some U.S. Forest NEPA coming out in 2026. We'll see where that goes. But I analyze it too back in my previous career when you would go to the contracts person or you would go to the buyer or whatever, and the first answer was always, we can't do that, or you don't want to do that. I think the federal level is get it done, get the schedule out, and we will be on a schedule, to your point, that it will have a defined timeline that you'll have to get permission to delay things. But the first response we always get from the local level is we don't have the manpower. They would, I think, prefer we didn't permit a mine. And we know it's extra work, it's new work, but the collaborative effort is, I look at, we want to follow all the regulations, but I want it to be a collaborative operation where your job is not to prevent a mine from coming online. Your job is to help us properly permit a mine from coming online. And if everybody just had that, especially at the local level, instead of just immediately throwing up every roadblock you can think of, that would make the process go much better.
All right, thank you. I want to shift back a little bit. Mike Nazi talked a little bit about emissions control, and we're in a pretty favorable environment right now. But regardless of the pendulum swings politically, and we could find ourselves in a very different situation in as little as 3 years. And the emissions issue is not going away. And it's not only just emissions on our utilities, but Joanna, you sell your product in a global market, and you have a customer base internationally that demands a certain standard of a carbon footprint and sustainability. So how does that influence what you guys do, and when you're looking at how you're going to power your operations, and how are you going to you meet your customer demands for that carbon footprint?
Yeah, thanks, Travis. I think Paul spoke to this a little bit earlier as well. When we're looking at the pendulum swinging, we're trying to anticipate what the next administration is going to require. And then we're also looking at soft signals from our customers. 90% of our largest global customers have carbon reduction commitments, and everyone is actively engaged with us on what are our expansion plans and how do those fit into their commitments. So that's a commercial dependency that we have to factor in on these plans, not just a reputational one. It's hard to measure what the market share numbers are actually, but domestically, we're not seeing that influence right now. But in the European market, where we have the highest netback prices for soda ash, it's a requirement. So this is something we have to build into our business model and partner with our customers and our energy suppliers to make sure we can meet those commitments. The fact is that we can produce natural soda ash in Wyoming simply because it is a natural resource, up to 50% for 50% fewer carbon emissions than the worst of the synthetic producers globally in Malaysia and China. That's a structural advantage that we have in Wyoming, and that's the core of our commercial proposition. And it directly supports the soft signals and the hard signals we're getting from these customers and also, global international governments. I think Jonah Energy was speaking to that as well. More than 80% of future soda ash demand growth that we're looking at in solar glass, batteries, flat glass is for energy efficient buildings. And all of this is tied to energy transition and serving those segments at the scale we want to produce requires that we continue operating as efficiently and responsibly as possible, which I think historically in Wyoming has always been the way. Be a good steward of the land, be a good neighbor, be a good operator, and those commitments come easily in the future, regardless of whether you call it an environmental or an economic or a community impact. And that's how we operate day to day, and that's how we're planning our future growth.
And I want to follow up with you a little bit, Joanna, because one of the things that your product is used for when we talk about energy generation in the United States, it's used in flue gas desulfurization and emissions controls. So you are, when we talk about this energy nexus, we cannot continue to use our coal resource without our trona resource. And again, the whole discussion about emissions, we may be quiet on it right now, and carbon dioxide is a dirty word right now. But again, the pendulum swings, and we're going to have to keep working on cracking that nut on carbon capture so that we can continue to use Wyoming trona in emissions control and build that next generation of coal-fired power plants. And and they're doing a lot of great work here at the University of Wyoming School of Energy Resources. But the issue of carbon dioxide and emissions control is not going away. And I think we've got to keep our, we're doing good work on it. We can't take our foot off the gas in it on the meantime, but we have a favorable administration on it. So I'll shift gears. I'll go back to you, Jamie. Since we're talking a little about Washington, D.C., seems to stick its nose into everything. Locatable minerals. Trona is a leasable mineral. Bentonite, others, rare earths are locatable minerals. And locatable minerals are governed a little bit differently. They're governed under the General Mining Law of 1872. And with a national interest, or with an interest in national security, we've seen a lot of effort from Washington, D.C. To determine and provide protections for what we call critical minerals on the critical minerals list. But we also have essential minerals, which kind of is where bentonite falls. So what do you think needs to be done at the national level to bring more attention to those minerals that are deemed essential, but not necessarily critical, like you guys?
Yeah, at the national level, of course, a lot of emphasis goes on and a lot of time spent in developing this critical minerals list. And no doubt there was a lot of effort that went into determining which minerals were to fall on that list and which were to not. And of course, bentonite is a kind of unique mineral. It's a material and used extensively in oil and gas exploration, no doubt. Right, and it's a clay of 1,000 uses, quite honestly. It finds its way in many different applications that most people don't even think about, right? And but they do play a critical role, a very critical role in getting those resources, say, out of the ground and to the market as well. And without them, I would dare say that the bentonite itself tends to be an economic mineral of choice in some of these processes. And without them, that it drives cost in trying to find substitutes for what bentonite can do in these applications. So with the mining law of 1872, there is a lot of conversation in DC around this law, right? That it's antiquated, over 150 years old. It needs to be updated. It no longer serves its purpose. Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And for locatable minerals, while it's true that there are some statutory rights associated with locatable minerals, it can and does, I think, help to level the playing field a little bit, right, in the extraction of those resources. But I think that's the very reason and why it's under attack. And for instance, when people talk about reform, a modernization of the mining law of 1872, they immediately go to the lack of environmental language. But you cannot look at the mining law in a vacuum, right? Because we all operate under all of these acts that are out there. And we have very stringent environmental regulations and procedures in place that we do it in a manner that's, that we're conscientious and that is, we're certainly sensitive to the environment as well. So it's a bit of a misnomer when people talk about an antiquated law and it serves no purpose today. It couldn't be more false in that there are safeguards in place today, and it certainly helps drive the investments going into these minerals. These are low commodity minerals, by the way, right? And so you've got to have some sense of security there in order to attract investments and for the extraction of these minerals as well. And I think that's where we are, is that's what the mining law affords those particular minerals, is a bit of a guarantee when it comes to investments, and maybe a slightly larger footprint at the table when we're going through the permitting process. But that doesn't mean that we get to turn a blind eye to the other regulations that are certainly in play today and applicable to our operations.
Well, and talking about the mining law, you went antiquated. It could also be seen as bedrock. It's a bedrock law. And when you hear out of Washington, D.C., folks talking about how we need to reform that law, one of the things that gets brought up is royalties. Right now, you don't pay a federal royalty on locatable minerals, whereas the leasables do. We've pushed back against that pretty significantly because, and I'm going to ask you, Jamie, to visit about, and then you can. How would a federal royalty on your commodities impact your business?
That's a very good question, and it certainly doesn't go unnoticed, right? Locatable minerals, we do not pay a royalty. Most people probably don't know that there's an annual claim maintenance fee that's paid, and a lot of these claims have been held for generations, right? And so this payment in advance accrues year over year over year over year. Again, bringing securities to the industry and control of those claims is what attracts investment to be able to extract those minerals as well. Now, as far as the potential for a royalty and what that might look like, again, these are very low commodity, low margin commodity products, that we produce and are used extensively by members here in this audience today as well. Necessarily then, there's either two things that are going to happen. The cost gets passed on, right? Or the government then begins to pick and choose who wins and who loses, whether it's those resources that have had the ability to be extracted on private lands where the states could control that process only and the feds stay out of it completely, or vice versa, where it's now the government, and if they have control of that and begin implementing these royalties that they like to talk about, it really stands to threaten the industry as a whole and positions the government then to be able to pick and choose who wins and who loses.
So a federal royalty is straight to the bottom line to my business. I mean, period. And when you're competing in a commodity that is largely outside the United States that would not be exposed to that, and you're trying to develop a process that is completely cost competitive with that, it's a big no from my perspective. It would definitely hurt our bottom line. We excuse me, if the government can give you a price floor and you're going to make a profit, but the government only buys this much when the market is tremendously big. And so the automobile makers or whoever else is out there buying magnets, they don't have the ability to pay whatever they want. So they don't care necessarily that maybe there's a little premium that it came from the United States, but you're competing against the rest of the world, and like I said in the beginning, a royalty would go straight to our bottom line when you're competing against a fixed price market.
Yep. And that leads me right to you, Joanna, because you do pay a federal royalty, and you're our largest competitors for our Wyoming natural soda ash is synthetic ash from China. So how does the royalty rate, and there's always a debate every few years about what the royalty rate should be on soda ash. How does that impact your bottom line and your competitiveness?
Well, it's a fixed federal rate for us, right? And all of our competitors, our natural competitors, have the same rate. So that is flattened. However, we have the exact same issue as Rare Element Resources does, in that Chinese oversupply and Chinese subsidies will essentially close us out of certain markets if we cannot continue to produce more product, more cost effectively and more efficiently at scale as we move into the future to take that market share back. Globally, we have the infrastructure to do that right now, but that is the biggest market pressure we're seeing in the global space. Domestically, it's different. We have to be honest that we're not immune to creating our own pricing pressure. We have the same fixed costs when it comes to rail as well as royalties. For inland logistics, we're a captive customer of rail suppliers. We pay roughly 3 times more to move product domestically compared to other minerals. And if we're all competing for the same constrained export infrastructure as well, then we can inadvertently drive prices against ourselves domestically and also globally.
You hit on transportation, and I think that's an issue. You know, maybe, Ken, you're not quite there yet as far as transportation issues, but you'll be there. So Jamie, and I want everybody to answer this one. So there's a general theme, you know, when we talk about getting Wyoming resources out of the country. We have a definite customer interest in Wyoming coal, but we can't get it there because of port capacity and other bottlenecks. When you're, and Joanne, I want you to take this one first. Are you experiencing, or do you mentioned the railroads, but you move a lot of your commodity off the West Coast. Are you experiencing a bottleneck or any other pressure caused by a global situation that you're seeing right now?
Yes, a million times yes. This is no longer just a coal problem. This is a mineral problem. I think everyone on the panel will agree. But Wyoming minerals depend on the same rail network. We depend on the same West Coast port access. We depend on the same export infrastructure. So what I'm seeing is the constraint is Wyoming wide. For soda ash producers specifically, we have, like I said, we have very little leverage. So I think this is an issue that requires a larger industry response, a state response, because there's strategic dependency here. Rail car availability, cycle times, and service reliability all directly affect our ability to fulfill contracts, to produce at scale, and to serve our customers both domestically and internationally.
Jamie?
Oh, I would echo that as well. I mean, even in the bentonite industry, we're starting to see some of those pressures, those challenges of getting products, off the West Coast ports. It is a challenge. And we're an even smaller commodity than, say, soda ash, right? So we've got a much smaller voice at the table as well, and it is becoming a challenge. It's a mineral issue as well now, and it has to do with capacity constraints to what Joanna just talked about.
Ken, I'm going to switch gears a little bit and bring this closer to home. So beyond the national security and technology discussion, your project is generating some economic activity in the state of Wyoming. Would you walk us through a little bit about how your project is revitalizing some communities up there, and talk about the ripple effect that goes into the economy and jobs and revenue for Wyoming?
Thanks, Travis. And it's not on, any tremendous scale yet, but even, we're operating in a town of less than 900 people. And, we have now about 30 full-time jobs there that weren't there 2 years ago. And that doesn't include the millions of dollars we spent on, using Wyoming contractors to build a facility, They built a hotel, a brand new hotel, just because we put our plant in there. And so there's jobs associated with that. We have more people going to restaurants. We have, all the trickle-down effects that everybody talks about. And once this plant's up and running, and we believe it's going to be successful, then we're talking about hundreds of jobs. And if you're talking about hundreds of jobs in a town of a few hundred people, that's like bringing 10,000 jobs to Laramie. So it's a significant impact that, as we're doing our economic analysis and siting analysis as we go forward, it's a very big consideration, because you need the technical people, you need housing, you need all the infrastructure that's necessary to grow a community like this, and that stuff doesn't happen overnight. So I think it's a big scale on a very small community, and it's going to greatly impact where we are able to site our production facility in the future. And we don't just plan to produce rare earth oxides. As everybody knows, the higher you go up the supply chain, the more value there is. So, our long-term goal is to bring metal manufacturing here, to bring magnet manufacturing here, and then to go back to your previous question, then transportation becomes a big deal for us, because we're not just staying local, we're trying to export all across the United States.
Well, I think that leads into my next question for all three of you. Whether you're looking to expand operations in the Trona Patch, or just general data, Wyoming has a workforce problem. And one of the things that the association that we try to do and we're very involved in is career and technical education, both at the University of Wyoming, our community colleges, at the secondary level, to try to train that next generation of workforce for Wyoming. So I guess going forward, and you kind of touched on it a little bit, Ken, and I'd ask you to, when you look at hiring your workforce, what do we need to do to bring folks into Wyoming? Because we're going to have to bring them in. Wyoming may have to grow a little bit. But what do we got to do to get that workforce? And and then Jamie, how do you sustain your workforce? And then, going forward, Joanna, how you find and recruit those for expansion projects. So Ken, go ahead.
So Travis, and that's, even at the small scale where we are now, finding people to come to Upton, Wyoming and work is not simple, and qualified people is not a simple task. Obviously, if you pay enough, you can get anybody to go anywhere. But again, that's worse than a royalty at that point. So we do need technical expertise, and we need the infrastructure to house them. And I think we have to have an attractive community for these people to want to come to, and that to me is, at least where I'm operating, that's a little bit difficult, and especially there are certain communities that kind of frown on mining, and so the community acceptance and additional infrastructure is what I think we need.
And you have legislators in the room, so housing, that's an important issue.
100%, yes. And from a technical perspective, the governor and Governor Gordon and everybody has said, let us know. And University of Wyoming, as far as the engineering side of things, the chemical engineers, and because essentially we'll be a chemical company, all that stuff I think is covered. The great product comes out of the University of Wyoming, but it's the technical workforce that we're really looking for, and a place to put them.
How do you sustain your workforce and grow when you need to, Jamie?
Well, it's an interesting question, Travis. I mean, you're coming out of the Bighorn Basin, right? I mean, you can look at the population of the Bighorn Basin; it's been pretty stagnant. There hasn't been a lot of growth there either. So we're really experiencing a lot of the same issues. If we want to grow, we're looking at the lack of housing, and having to bring people in from the outside. The CTE programs that we have available here locally now, we are starting to tap into now, and to the point where we're training up our own workforce. And necessarily we need to, right? Because those skill sets are few and far between, and certainly not as prevalent as they were, say, 20, 30 years ago. So I guess that type of a career, in some respects, whether I don't believe it was intentional by any means, but perhaps the messaging through our education system kind of created the situation that we're in, and that a successful career in the trades industry is is secondary, and that is not the case at all, right? That's the bread and butter, and AI will never replace that. So that's a reality. Those skill sets are very critical. So it requires investing in the young workforce and providing those training opportunities to them internally to help sustain it ultimately.
Joanna, what are you looking at down in your part of the state?
Sure. I'd echo what everyone else has said. Community investment is critical. We have a workforce of 900 people across 8 processing facilities and working underground 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. So part of that investment is energy redundancy as well. We can't operate and train our folks, which we do on the clock. We develop talent internally. Sweetwater County has a long history of families working in the Trona Patch. We have fathers and sons, aunts and uncles, and we're partnered with Western Wyoming Community College. It's been, for the skilled trades, it's been a really strong partnership. But ultimately, we can't expand and create new jobs if we don't have the infrastructure to support it. So that's planning starts early. And it's definitely housing, it's definitely services, especially in our smaller communities, and getting, building out that natural gas infrastructure, supporting those efforts so we have housing developments. All of that we should be working on together, because the goal should be to keep Wyoming folks in Wyoming. And I think Sweetwater County is a great example of how that's been successful. We just have to invest in it, plan for it, and make it a priority going forward.
Thanks for that. And I've just got one other topic that I want to hit on, and then we can take the audience questions. One of the things that's a priority for the Wyoming Mining Association and our member companies is safety. And, safety is not just a priority, it's a value in our industry, and that goes industry-wide. Last week, the Department of Labor's Mine Safety and Health Administration came out with their annual report that the recordable injury rate was at a historic low. So companies go to great lengths to provide a safe working environment for our miners in Wyoming, and it doesn't often get told, but you're safer working in a Wyoming mine statistically than you are working at a Walmart. And it's because of the work that you guys do. And I wonder if you wouldn't, the most valuable commodity to come out of the mine at the end of the day is the miner. So I'll start with you, Jamie, and just kind of talk about what you do for your culture of safety for your miners every day.
Well, safety is first and foremost, right? And there are conversations that occur even on the daily level around safety. We want to make sure that folks fully understand those duties and tasks that they have been assigned, and we want to especially make sure that they are aware of the hazards and have mitigated those risks before they step into performing those tasks. And that's step number one. It takes a lot of focus. It takes a lot of energy. We've got young kids that come in entry-level positions that need to be trained up. A lot of them, full of energy. They want to get in there. They want to prove themselves. And we kind of have to put the skids on a little bit with respect to that energy and get them to stop and look at how they are approaching those tasks. So I'd say that's probably most important within our culture is driving that recognition at the onset.
Thanks. And Ken, how does it work when you're starting from scratch and building from the bottom up?
So obviously we're not mining yet, but we do have a big demonstration plant that's got highly concentrated hydrochloric acid, nitric acid, oxalic acid, all these acids. And like you said, we're bringing in people that have never even, they don't even know what HCl stands for. And you're self-training. And so you don't want to scare them, but you have to reassure them if you do it right, you do it safely. You have to have very, very, very detailed and precise procedures for people to follow. You have to practice. So it's been an interesting learning process. We've completely turned over our work crew from the original crew we hired, just as we're trying to cull and get good quality people, because they do feel very overconfident, and they do try to charge forward without stopping, asking a question, thinking about the results are. So for us, it's training and procedures. We have outside health and safety consultants coming in and helping us. And then we also have, radioactive, naturally occurring radioactive material that we have to be concerned about. So it's a fine line between making sure they're aware of what all the hazards are and not scaring them out of the plant.
And Joanna, you have underground and surface. How do you guys
Yeah,
stay safe?
Well, I think it starts with our culture, right? So safety is a core value. It's embedded in everything we do. It's repeated at the beginning of every meeting. But we also are in the unique situation where we get to interact with MSHA, weekly, if not daily, underground and on surface facilities. And, safety starts with housekeeping. So one of the things that we pride ourselves on is working with those agencies to understand hazards and train our folks to recognize them and follow all those regulations, understand why we're doing them, and understand why it's important. Honestly, that the population, our workforce, is 100% committed to safety. We don't take unreasonable risks. One of the challenges we had over the past year was attempting to come into compliance with the now paused change in the silica rule, which, we're there, we're ready, and we're going to keep moving forward with it regardless of whether that rule goes into effect as is, because in working through that testing and through the engineering controls, we saw how it was created a better working environment for our people, especially underground. So we will continue to do what is safest for our workforce, regardless of whether it's required. And that's just the way we've always done things.
All right, thank you. All right, Krieger, I brought us in as close to 10 minutes for audience questions as I could.
Yep. Travis, that was perfect. First question is to you, Ken. Can you describe what progress has been made in the processing Bear Lodge ore into oxides?
We, as I mentioned, we've just, as of March, started up the processing plant. We've just started introducing the ore into the primary processing. It's a bit of a 4-stage process. We physically upgrade the ore, and then we have primary processing, where it's typical mining problem circuit, where you leach the materials out of the ore that you want, and then we take that and then we send it on to the thorium-cerium separation circuit, which we strip out the thorium, which is the radioactive component in our material, and the cerium, which really has not much of a value. And then from there, we send it to what is our very proprietary technology, where we actually separate the individual total rare earths from the total rare earth oxide. So we are currently in the process of developing our first batch of trio total rare earth oxide with thorium still in it, that once we have a big enough batch prepared, that will go to the thorium-cerium separation. The next batch will start. So as we're just now starting up the plant, it's a continuous batch process, but we're just now starting our first batch, so it'll go batch, which ultimately in a commercial plant, it'll be continuous operation. But that's kind of where we are at the moment.
Gotcha, thank you. Next one is for all three of you. How is bentonite, trona, and rare earths taxed by the state of Wyoming, not federal? Tell us about what your tax revenue contributions to the state are.
I can do that one first. It's easy for me. We're not producing anything yet, so we pay property taxes and all that stuff, and all those things. But there will be basically a severance tax. I'm not sure exactly what the rate is at the moment that we pay to the state based on the mineral that's severed from the ore. We don't pay, like we said, a royalty on the federal side. But right now, we pay employment taxes and property taxes and all that. But that's, as we're just starting up. So our tax impact is relatively small compared to my compatriots here.
Yeah, state severance tax, right? I think it's 2% is what I can't remember exactly. I think it was 2% is what is paid into. And then, of course, all the other taxation that comes with it as well, property sales, et cetera.
You're up, Joanna.
Oh, we have it's a 4%, the severance rate. So we pay approximately $20 million annually in taxes to the state of Wyoming. I believe it was a little north of that last year. We're the largest taxpayer in Sweetwater County at around $3 million annually. And that's ad valorem and property taxes, not totally separate and independent from federal royalty or state royalty rates.
Perfect. Well, thank you. And I often point to, we just did an energy study the legislature asked us to do, and tax revenues are one thing, but I think the jobs that you guys produce are really a huge thing for the state of Wyoming. So that's all the questions we have. I want to thank you guys for being on this panel and what you do for Wyoming, and help me with a round of applause. Hello. This next panel will be, it's a fireside chat. Yours truly will be the moderator. And please welcome Eric Nygaard from BWXT Advanced Technologies and Micah Hackett from Kairos Power. Alrighty. Well, I'll start this with noting that I realize we are in between you all and a cocktail here, so we will be brief before our reception. As many of you know, nuclear has been somewhat new to the state of Wyoming. We had the TerraPower announcement back in 2020, and really they've made great progress on building a reactor in the state of Wyoming. But for uranium, that's been a thing in the state for decades, right? Something we're very passionate about, and we're seeing a resurgence. At the Energy Authority, we took an initiative to try to come up with a nuclear strategy for the state of Wyoming. And what does the state of Wyoming want to do, and what are we going to do as it relates to this sort of emerging sector for the state? A big piece of that was figuring out the in-betweens, from mining it to when it goes into the reactor, everything in between there. Where can the state of Wyoming take advantage of that and try to attract that to the state? So that's why I'm super excited about having this fireside chat today, because to the legislators in the room, years ago, it was asked of me to do something big with some of the opportunity and money that they gave us at the Energy Authority. And I'm proud to say that we are doing something big as it relates to nuclear fuels. So with me today, as I mentioned, we have Dr. Micah Hackett. He's the Vice President of Fuels and Materials for Kairos. And then Eric Nygaard, who a lot of you probably know, BWXT has been operating and working in the state for years now, but he's the Vice President of Commercial Microreactor Products at BWXT. Eric, the first question I'll have is to you. Kind of give us an update on the TRISO project. And as I was mentioning earlier, this will be the very sort of end piece of that line, the fabrication of the fuel before it goes into a reactor. I know we announced this last year, a big project at BWXT, but if you could just update us on how that's going.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Rob. So we've been in the state, as Rob alluded to, for several years. We've been crisscrossing the state. We did a previous project with the Wyoming Energy Authority, looking at supply chains, sourcing components and materials out of the state and services. And one of the things that we started finding was trying to find locations where we could set up shop in Wyoming permanently and long term. One of our first and immediate needs, as we'll talk about throughout the course of this panel, is trying to have the ability to manufacture nuclear fuel. So we actually selected Gillette based on some of our early engagements in the state, and we applied for the state's large program of energy matching funds at the end of last year and were selected. Right now, we are actively negotiating an agreement with Rob and his team, making sure that the terms and conditions work for both sets of parties, BWXT as well as the state. It's a big commitment from both sides. The grant is for up to $100 million. We want to make sure we get it right before we sign that agreement. But we're making lots of good headway there, having those conversations and negotiations with the state. Furthermore, we continue to have lots of conversations with local leaders up in Gillette. For example, we were just up there yesterday having conversations with the commissioners, and we're looking at different pieces of land where we would actually site the facility that would do this activity, where we'd actually manufacture this TRISO fuel. And in parallel, back kind of on the home front, where we are currently manufacturing the fuel in Lynchburg, Virginia, we're progressing the designs for the facility. For example, last week we had about 30 plus people in a room going through a kickoff meeting for the next phase of the design scope for the process design, the equipment that will ultimately go into the facility that we're looking to build. So lots of really good headway, and we're really excited about the momentum that we're building.
Yeah, perfect, thanks. And I remember when we were a former legislator who since retired, who was really adamant about getting into the nuclear space. I always had to laugh that we'd have a fun announcement about something new, and it was our microreactor project at the UAL. And then, 2 seconds later is, okay, well, now what? Like, what's next? What are we doing here? So we did a quick analysis, just real quick on, what would it cost for the state to try to do conversion or enrichment or fabrication? And sort of the entry level where it made sense for the state was this fabrication. So then our next step was, all right, let's look at who's doing this in America. And at the time, it's pretty much one company. And well, guess what? We already have a partnership with BWXT. So sweet, let's start these conversations and see where we can go. I think it's important, you mentioned the grant that we have awarded you all. We opened up a public comment period on that grant. Just to tell everybody in the audience here, $100 million is a lot of money. I get that. If you look at the statute that was written for that fund, it did tell us as the Energy Authority we could basically only do one project with that fund. The state's participation had to be over $50 million. The entire pot was $100 million, so you do the math. You're only going to get one project out of that, right? So when we went through the whole thing, we realized quickly that this is a heck of a deal for Campbell County, for Gillette, and for the state as a whole when we look at, one, new energy ventures, and two, GSP, gross state product increase. I think it's important, though, on the public comment, as I mentioned, we had a lot of responses. And we had over 260, which for those of you that don't know our process, that's probably 250 more than we usually get. So when we got those, it was really good to see that overwhelmingly it was support, that folks from Rosette, right outside of Gillette, or Wright, or Gillette itself, or around the state were extremely excited about this. Over 90% of the comments were positive for this project. But Eric, I still think it's important to kind of explain one, what the project is a little bit, but more importantly, what the project isn't.
Yeah, great question. So what it is, right? So today we're manufacturing this fuel form back in Lynchburg, Virginia. We're manufacturing on the order of hundreds of kilograms per year. But what we're starting to see is that lots of reactor developers, ourselves and our friends on stage, Kairos Power, as well as others, are looking at using this fuel form for their commercial reactor products that are currently being designed, and in Kairos instances are actually being built right now in Tennessee. And we're building one of these TRISO-fueled reactors right now in Lynchburg, Virginia, called a reactor called Project Pele for the Department of War. And what's happening is right now, our current capacity is sufficient to meet the demand for what the market is asking for, because it is on these relatively small quantities that are necessary for some of these demonstration reactors, but it is not sufficient for the long-term commercial growth that we're starting to see. It's not sufficient for the demand that people like Kairos have, people like we have. So we have to get ready ahead of the market and have this capacity at scale. Right now, again, we're making on the order of hundreds of kilograms. We have to be making it on the order of metric tons per year. So one of the things that we've been doing as a business for several years, and as we said, we're working towards doing this in Gillette, is how do we go from our current state manufacturing in Lynchburg to large-scale production out here. So what it is you have high-assay, low-enriched uranium feedstock that comes into the facility. It comes in and gets turned into TRISO fuel, which is basically a uranium sphere that's very, very small, about the size of a pin. You coat it in layers of carbon, and then either turn it into a compact or a pebble, and it gets shipped out to a reactor facility. And at the end of the day, it's a chemical manufacturing facility. These are chemical processes that we go through. And that's really it. It sounds fairly benign, but it's a chemical manufacturing process. What it is not a nuclear reactor. What it is not a waste storage facility. It is frankly a uranium facility that does some chemical processing.
Perfect, thank you. And this next one will be to you, Micah. I remember gosh, maybe a year ago, not quite a year ago, you came to our office, wanted to learn more about Wyoming, what the state maybe has to offer, and it was also great for us to learn more about Kairos and what you all have to offer. And I won't use other developers' names, but in the nuclear space right now, there's a lot of folks that are wanting to build new reactors. The legitimacy is there's quite an expanse between how legit versus how not. And I will say the more we worked with Kairos and got to know their stuff, very legitimate. So you mentioned a little bit about breaking ground on reactors. I mentioned TerraPower, that's one. The other folks that are breaking ground, that have broken ground on reactors, are you all. So if you could sort of give us an intro to Kairos and what you guys are up to, that'd be great.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'll just say I'm really excited to be here. I know that BWXT has been in the state for a long time. For Kairos, brand new to the state and the engagement here, but really glad to be here and really glad for all the support that the state's provided as well. I grew up in the Midwest. I started my career in naval reactors, and for the past 16 years have been working in advanced reactors. And I've been with Kairos Power for about 9 years, almost since the beginning. The ethos of Kairos is really to learn by doing. And so we iterate our way through design, through building, through testing, so that we mature our technology. And where we are today, I think importantly, is that we're now creating the reactor demand signal that will pull on this future commercial plant and create the demand signal for fuel from the plant. So we have under construction our first reactor in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. It is the first in a series of reactors that we plan to build for our first customer, and that first customer is Google, providing them with 500 megawatts of electricity. We have a deal with the Tennessee Valley Authority to be able to supply those electrons to the grid and ultimately to Google as the customer. So that's the pipeline that we will use to be able to mature our technology, to be able to mature our operations and our design for our technology. Kairos was founded originally, it was first a project that was funded by the Department of Energy with a number of universities. And those universities had received a little bit of grant money to be able to go off and study this molten salt cooled advanced reactor technology. And there are a number of folks at a specific university out of UC Berkeley that said, well, let's take that technology and let's try to build a company around it to commercialize it. And so that's why the company is based with its headquarters in Alameda, California. But most of the work today, certainly most of the exciting work that happens today, is in our Albuquerque, New Mexico manufacturing facility, and also in our Oak Ridge, Tennessee site where we're under construction for the reactors. So I spend personally a lot of my time in the Albuquerque, New Mexico site. Kairos is a company, we're a mission-driven company that's really focused on providing clean energy to the grid. If you see that increase in demand going into the 2030s, part of that demand signal is what we want to try to support here in the US domestically with providing that energy to the electricity sector. So Kairos really, at its core, we want to be a great community partner, and we do that by engagement to provide jobs for the local community, opportunities for local businesses, and really transparency in all the work that we're doing through our engagement with the community. And I know that is something that BWXT has been very focused on. It's something that we certainly want to continue and be a part of as well. I mentioned all my work in the Albuquerque, New Mexico facility. That is where we have our own fuel program, and at that program, we're standing up technology for TRISO fuel manufacturing, and that's really what we are planning to leverage for that commercial facility as well.
Awesome, thanks for that. And just feeding off that last bit, you know, not every reactor or even these advanced reactors use TRISO. So I think, you know, the sort of collaboration with these two entities is really crucial when we talk about longevity of this facility and those sort of things. So just kind of question is that, how has the collaboration been between Kairos and BWXT?
Yeah, it's interesting because when I started our fuels program about 7 years ago, the plan had been for us to go it alone. We were going to build out our own commercial TRISO fuel manufacturing facility to feed the demand signal by our reactor fleet. And it was a little over a year ago that I started having conversations with a company that I'd formerly viewed as a competitor, but now very much see as a partner. And through the course of those conversations, we'd really started to see that some of the strengths that we had in our team in process design and in manufacturing, those were complemented by the 2 decades of experience that BWXT has in manufacturing this fuel, and they have a lot of experience and skills that we don't have. And so rather than trying to develop those skills separately, we really said, you know what, we have great complementary overlapping skill sets. Why don't we partner on this? And so I became convinced, and I think importantly, especially in the last 6 months, we've been having BWXT coming out to our facility in Albuquerque. We've had an opportunity to go to their facility in Lynchburg. And I think most importantly, we've really started to open up the doors on all the technology that we're developing. They're seeing that technology, and they're finding ways in which they can help accelerate our technology development. I think that's the core to the mission right now today is how we get that technology accelerated toward a commercial facility as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and we signed an agreement in September to collaborate. And as Mike alluded to, I think, you know, it took us a while to convince that agreement was even going to be worth it. When you originally see people as competitors, to kind of go through the mindset shift of like, no, we can actually work together and not just work together, but be partners. You know, I think that goes back to, you know, I've heard Mike Wandler say this a bunch, and I've kind of internalized this. It's the whole abundance mindset, right? Like, you don't have to see people in a competitive context if you think that the market dynamics and the trends are sufficiently large to go after it together. And we've been doing that, right? And I think we started out, not necessarily tentatively, but we started out cautiously. And then over the last 6+ months as we've been executing this collaboration agreement, we've really kind of leaned into it. And now it's kind of this full-throated collaboration. So part of what we've been working on with Kairos, as Micah was indicating, is we're collaborating on technology. We're collaborating on how we think the market's going to play out. And the way that's so important and how this feeds into Wyoming's role in this whole landscape is by having 2 companies collaborating together in terms of being able to set the market demand of how much we think we're going to need, we being BXT, how much Kairos thinks that they're going to need, and how much we think that other potential customers and off-takers of TRISO fuel are. That's really, really important because that helps us size the facility that we want to build in Gillette. That helps us anchor the offtake for it, which gives us more and more confidence as we approach that final investment decision, which will be a really big commitment from the state, a really big commitment from our companies to go forth and build this facility. So I think the collaboration has really built on top of each other, and it's really being fostered by the relationships we've built in Wyoming as we start staring down the options of building this facility out here.
Yeah, I know from at least our perspective, something that's super exciting about this project, and sort of a nice tie right into Gillette and Campbell County, was you think about how much of this nation has been fueled by that county, and it's huge, right? And so when we talk about this fuel being produced in Gillette, it might not even be used in the state of Wyoming, and that's totally okay, right? Because we're going to be doing the same sort of thing where we're exporting it out to other states, and it's just really a great opportunity. The last panel was talking about safety, and I just always think of the governor and I were fortunate enough to go to the facility in Lynchburg a couple years ago, and I've joked that it's harder to get into that than it is the White House. It is pretty impressive what you guys have over there. You know, something that I wanted to ask, because for those of you that have been following sort of the state of Wyoming and our nuclear ambitions, you've probably seen some headlines too that weren't the best, right? About some companies that decided not to locate in Wyoming. So question to each of you, it's the same question, is what gave you the confidence that Wyoming was a place to invest in and a place to spend your time? I know boots on the ground for BWXT has been wild over the last few years, but sort of what has been that signal to separate us? Because I know Virginia and Tennessee and Utah, some of these states are very bullish and very ambitious about that. What did we do to kind of get above them?
Well, I think that this has been a kind of a joke I've had with a couple people in Wyoming, is they've come to me and said, make sure you don't tell people what we're doing out here, because we don't want people to take our secret sauce. And my rebuttal has been, I tell everybody what you're doing, because nobody can replicate your secret sauce. And your secret sauce is there is such alignment from local leadership, state leadership, and alignment with federal policy
that is very, very hard to find. I have joked with local officials in Virginia, can you guys please get your act together so I don't have to keep getting on a plane to go out to Wyoming? And they kind of shrug at me, and they basically admit that they don't have that ability to get that alignment up and down the government ecosystem. And it's not even government, it's also just like the kind of the can-do attitude that you see out west, where you can go into a room with somebody, tell them what you want to do, have a couple honest conversations, and have a handshake deal. And yeah, it takes you a while to get to the point where you can actually turn that into a contract or turn that into a written agreement. But that trust factor that you build through those sort of engagements are pretty unique. And I think that is a little bit kind of culturally baked into how the West does business, which I think is really, really powerful. And I think it builds off of how the nuclear industry views itself. Like the nuclear industry is, highly regulated, but it also is really bound by like a social contract with how we operate in our communities and how we view safety and all those sorts of things. And yeah, a lot of it's written down, a lot of it's proceduralized, but there also is a kind of social contract, which I think marries up well with Western culture. And I think that kind of segues into how BWXT and Kairos have kind of built their relationship, is that, it did start with a little bit of a leap of faith, right? When you're making that switch from seeing each other as competitors to seeing each other as partners, there are things that you can write down, but then there are things that you have to prove through action. And I think that's kind of been replicated.
See, the only thing that I'll add to that is when we go out and when we evaluate a community for siting, the biggest thing that we want to see is that there's community engagement and community support. We want to see that there's an opportunity to really bring a project like this to fruition. So I think BWXT had laid a lot of the groundwork for us. For me, when I came to visit a year ago, I wanted to see that this was real. I wanted to see that the folks that I met with were serious about Kairos and BWXT bringing a project like this to bear and actually producing a product here in the state. I was not a part of our siting evaluation for our manufacturing facility, which is based in Albuquerque. But when we were going out to different states and different communities, evaluating that project and where to site that project, we expected communities to really be very enthusiastic and want the jobs, want the investment for a manufacturing facility. And in fact, we found that there were many communities that did not want it. And so that was a big part of the motivation for choosing that location in New Mexico, because they were enthusiastic about hosting a facility for us. And I saw that same enthusiasm here when I visited Gillette last year.
Yeah, and I'll kind of add to that. One of the things we like to say about nuclear is an industry with very, very high bars, high safety standards. The consequence of our systems that we manufacture and operate are also very high. And it's not easy. And we said this to some of the leaders in Gillette yesterday. If you go into a community that doesn't want you and you already have something that's a really hard job to do, like manufacturing nuclear fuel at a very high quality repeatedly, that's not the place you want to be. You want to be a place like Mike is indicating, that wants you, because your day job is already pretty hard enough as it is, and you want a community that's going to join in the fray with you to try to go and conquer the markets and do these hard things.
Yeah, I always kind of make a little quip about the size of Wyoming, because some of my colleagues and counterparts in like Texas and so on, crack jokes about how small we are, and it's a joke's actually on you, because for this project, and for example, right, I talk to the mayor of Gillette at least once a month. I talk to the county commissioners all the time, all the way up to our governor and our congressional delegation that supported this project as well. So it's like, good luck finding that in another state, at least as quickly as we can do it. Also want to point out we got about 10 minutes left, so any questions, please do write them down and bring them up here. One thing that I think is important for folks to understand, and when we talk about nuclear, and every state's sort of this way, right? The nuclear waste discussion comes up a lot, and what does that look like? What, is this being brought to the state of Wyoming? So can you explain that just briefly on this facility? Once it gets stood up, what is the waste stream looking like?
Yeah, so when we talk about nuclear waste, the easiest way to characterize it is the waste that people don't want is associated with the actual reactor itself, right? When you run a nuclear reactor and you have uranium atoms that get fissioned, that is the waste that people are so preoccupied with. So typically what I tell people is that when you think about nuclear waste in your communities, associate with that reactor projects, and that where the fissions happen is where that waste gets created. This facility we're talking about for Gillette is a fuel manufacturing facility. There's no fission going on inside that facility, so it's not creating that type of waste. The type of waste that this facility would create is basically classified as low-level waste, which is more or less equivalent with the radioactive waste that hospitals create, which is very, very benign and gets shipped to interstate compacts. That is a very mature process that already in existence. So from a waste perspective, this facility would be very, very benign.
Perfect. First question from the audience is, how are your partnerships so far with Wyoming uranium miners? I know we have Amir Adnani, the CEO of UEC, coming in tomorrow to talk about some of their stuff, but how's that been?
Yeah, so I don't want to steal the thunder for that panel tomorrow. I think the big picture thing is there are a couple different streams for how Wyoming's role in the mining sector will play out over time. What we're trying to do for a commercial nuclear fuel fabrication facility is we will procure enriched uranium. That will be the feedstock that we buy that comes into our facility. That will be globally sourced off of the markets. We don't necessarily have that much control over that coming into our facility from a commercial perspective. So one of the things that we can do is we can try to collaborate with some of those mines, but at the end of the day, that's kind of a global commodity market, so we'll procure through that means.
Gotcha. One question, and we've got this a lot at the WEA, is why did BWXT need a $100 million grant to come to the state of Wyoming?
Yeah, so if you think about the context of what we're trying to do, it is a very ambitious project for BWXT to build this fuel manufacturing facility. As I alluded to right now, we are manufacturing on the orders of hundreds of kilograms per year right now, and we need to jump up order of magnitude to be able to manufacture this at scale. And there's a lot of risk involved in that. And there's a really big financial outlay involved in that. And one of the things that we look at how to do that is you look for partnerships on how to do that. And one of the partnership mechanisms is financing, right? So there are mechanisms that we can go out and try to finance that sort of activity that put more risk on BWXT. Versus if you look for a community partner from a state partner like someone like the WEA that's rolling up their sleeves and going after it with you and getting some of the benefit on the back end in terms of property taxes, local employments, and jobs. When we've done the math, it's a very, very strong partnership framework, and that's how we think about it.
Yeah, and Mike, what signal did that send?
Yeah, I'll add to that and just say that I had mentioned before, Kairos was going to go off and build our own commercial fuel manufacturing facility in a different state. A big part of what convinced us in this partnership, I talked about all the technical reasons, but another big part of this is we saw BWXT as a partner, WEA as a partner, and those partnerships just increase the chances of success. It reduces the risk of the project. That reduction in risk is a big reason, a big motivation for wanting to pursue the project here.
Yeah, and I think, I often like to respond to that question a little bit with understanding the nuclear landscape, right? And we're very much still operating in a landscape that was stood up by the government, as we talk about the Manhattan Project and how we break into that mold and have these sort of projects in the state of Wyoming. It is an incentive, but to think that the state of Wyoming is the only state doing this is just not accurate, right? I mean, we look at the state of Texas, for example. They stood up a nuclear-only fund for $350 million. They're trying to catch up, to your point, to what we're doing right now. And this is one of those things where, in our opinion, was you're not going to see a ton of these stood up across the country, right? So if we miss out on this or a conversion opportunity or whatever it may be, we might not get that chance again. And what do we do at that point? Again, understanding our uranium legacy in the state of Wyoming. So I also point out what the law asked us to do, and that what the law also asked you to do, which was to provide at least a 50-50 match. And when we looked at this application, over $400 million you guys will be bringing to the table, right? Well exceeding that one-to-one match. So yes, it's a lot of money. Yes, there's questions around should the state be involved in this, but when you look at our number one sector, you've heard it all day today, the jobs, the revenues, everything, we have to drive forward on things like this in our opinion. So, but I appreciate that question because it's an important one. One other question is, what chemicals will be in the waste stream from TRISO fuel manufacturing?
Yeah, so the a lot of the standard chemicals that are used in the manufacturing process are used in other industries. For example, it uses lots of graphite. We use natural gas to fire furnaces as well as for some of the coating operations, and then there are other chemicals we use. So a lot of the manufacturing process is actually quite mature. We've been manufacturing it for over 20 years at our facility back in Lynchburg. We have all the waste streams very well characterized, associated with both air permitting and water discharge management. So as we go through the design process for operating this facility at scale and go through the permitting process, all those waste streams have already been very well characterized and use standard chemical processes.
Perfect. Well, that does it for the audience questions. Any closing remarks you all want to make? If not, we can get to the beers early.
I think I'll just say that one of the things that we've really benefited from the state of Wyoming is, having deep and honest conversations with people. As Micah kind of said it, I'll reiterate the word, transparency, right? We were up in Gillette talking with local leaders yesterday about what we're trying to do. We're trying to do big, hard, ambitious things, which is basically stand up an entire new commercial scale product line of manufacturing TRISO fuel. We can't do it alone, right? We need the support of the state and the support of the community to go after and do it. And I think that, not speaking for Micah, but both BWXT and Kairos are really, really excited about what we have in front of us in the state.
Yeah, and I guess the last thing that I'll add is the way we view this partnership and this project is it provides us with an opportunity to accelerate schedule. And by combining forces, we bring our demand signals collectively, and it really creates a larger opportunity for a commercial facility and reduces the risk in doing this. I think the partnership with WEA and the state of Wyoming and the local community in Gillette just further reduces the risk that we will have in being successful in this project. And I know that Kairos is very excited to get started, and I know that BWXT is as well.
Well, thank you very much. And I know I look forward to BWXT and Kairos both being staples in the state of Wyoming for many decades to come. So please help me in welcoming and thanking the panel for their remarks. One last bit of housekeeping. As I mentioned, we have a reception right now, so feel free to go outside. I want to mention, too, thank you to our sponsors. As I mentioned this morning, we are a state-funded entity, so we don't have endless amounts of money to put on a conference like this. And I'm proud to say that not a cent of taxpayer dollars went towards this conference, which we do every year. And the only reason we do that is because of support like you guys. So I appreciate that. I look forward to seeing you all first thing in the morning. Stay warm, and yeah, thank you.